Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, how we doing today?
Fine. How are you?
Fine. I'd say that's a good way to put it. Fine.
I'm good.
Josh, you're good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good. I'm good.
Nick?
Yeah.
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 Uh-oh. What's wrong with Nick today?
No, he actually seems okay.
No, I'm fine.
I didn't believe that one as much,
Yeah,
actually.
me neither. Me neither.
No, it was a good day, productive. Got a lot of things done.
Hey, there
Really?
you go, Nick.
Why's that?
It's funny how quiet.
Why
hallway
is
helps.
that, Nick? Just say why it is.
Why the hallway is quiet? Because nobody else bothered to come in because they stayed
Nice.
safe with the snowstorm.
And so you weren't distracted today by your coworkers.
There you go. It was a win-win for everybody.
See, Nick,
More
and you
work
were
got
complaining
done.
yesterday about having to come to the office. Look, you ended up getting a lot of stuff done today.
Okay, now I'm not convinced at all.
Yeah. Very interesting.
He totally backtracked on that.
Wow. I mean, you were selling that so well, and then just
I would say that most of the things I did in the office today, I also could have done at home, but I chose to come in.
Nick, you don't have the ability to produce from home.
Yet.
Yeah, that's fine, but you can't do it. You can't get mad at us for you not being able to produce the show at home.
I'm not mad at you for not being able to produce the show at home.
What are you mad at us for?
For being weenies. I understand, John. I'm mad at you for being a weenie. I live in Millard now, Josh. What's your excuse?
My car is a weenie car.
I saw other weenie cars out today doing just fine.
I wanted to be safe, Nick.
stay safe.
Stay
Important thing.
Hey, I
Stay
tell you
safe.
what, I feel really bad actually for being here because my car is the lone car in the west parking lot at the moment, and the shovel has gone through, and so it's
So you've got a trench around, or not a trench, but you've got a
I am like
mound around
it's
you.
there's a mountain. Mount
Mount
Happer, by
Happer?
the way, has begun.
Oh, Mount Hopper.
Oh, how big is it?
It's pretty good. It's right up against.
It's good.
It's in a different location this year. It's right up against our marquee there.
Is there any way you can take that camera and point it out the window?
Yeah, I gotta put my shoes back on first.
You don't have to put your shoes on. You're not going outside.
Come on, let's
And
go.
why are your shoes off in the first place?
Field
Now
trip.
we know why Nick is upset. All right, hold on. Let's ISO this here. Hang on.
I can't tell how big it is. That's what
Yeah,
she said.
The contrast. It all just looks white.
Yep.
It all just looks white. It looks
think
like a.
Oh,
I think we need Otson to go out and take a photo for us.
you need to talk into this mic cap.
It's right there.
Well, yeah, we know where the usual location, but it all just looks like one. Oh, there you go. There's a little better. Oh, we had some definition there. The ISIS, the filter kicked in here.
Nice.
The
Yeah,
ISIS.
Yes, ISIS kicked in.
Terrorists, John?
The Egyptian
It's
god?
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Nice.
All right, so we do have at least the start of a Mount Happer. I can't say I was concerned, but there was a chance that we weren't going to get a Mount Happer this year. So it's good that we have something.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to get it. Yeah, it's right up against the sign there. I mean,
Could we call it Mound Happer? Because it's really mound more than it is.
I don't know,
mount?
John. You might call it a mount already. It's
Full question.
It's got a good base to it. It's
Mayonnaise.
it's
Well,
tall.
all mounds have good bases to them too.
You need to get a flag. You need to get a little Mount Happer flag and plant it up there.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's going to have to freeze a little bit because this is a very fluffy snow. Nothing's sticking in it.
I don't know, man.
So
They
you have to plant it in the ground if you can get it through the frozen.
I mean,
ground.
but like once they plow it, I don't know. I think we would be able to do that. I think you'd be surprised at what you saw
Okay.
right now, but we can't
Okay.
see it through the camera because the ISIS.
the ISIS, yeah.
By the way,
Egyptian-
Otson says that he is going to go take a photo for us, so that's very nice.
He's going to do it. All right, good.
Take
I
a
wanna see
photo
this.
of my car too, just to see.
Also, Josh, go ahead and make a Mount Happer flag.
Oh, no, that's not a bad
Stick it.
idea.
He's already out there.
Oh, he's already
Now,
out there.
Why didn't Josh just join the stream and?
Oh, that
just
would have been nice.
Do this live.
Well, he wants. He wants to take a nice picture.
I'm watching him. Hold on.
Behind the scenes.
We're going back.
Here we go. Back to Happer ISO cam.
There he is.
There he is.
It's Josh
Wave
Johnson.
Josh. Wave Josh. See that black dot in the middle? That's Josh.
God, that is so funny.
Incredible.
Josh is a black dot. Actually, kind of looks like a trash can.
I'm the trash man.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of look like a trash can?
He does look like a trash can.
Oh wow, yeah,
Like
he kind of does.
Trash can Odson. He can throw up into himself.
Oh my God! Look out! UNO is going to kick him.
He does look like a trash can out there. He's still talking into that camera phone. I wonder what
Is
he's
he
gonna
really?
say. I bet he's got takes.
We love takes.
Oh, look for that on the YouTube
Oh,
stream at some point, or the Happer social feed.
Does this mean that we need to go outside and record our
Yes.
Happy 4th of July video?
Absolutely.
Oh,
This is really
excellent
shocking,
idea,
God.
Happer.
Please do that today. Ask Alyssa to do it for you. She'd be down, I bet.
Okay. Yeah, well, I got to go really fast after the show today because I got to get back home and do something. Also, it's my wife's birthday.
Oh,
Happy birthday,
Happy
Jackie.
birthday, Mrs. the Happer.
That's for Mrs. the Happer. Exactly.
That's awesome.
Was she cool with you cheating on her with Red Panda last night?
Yes. I guess so. What a question.
I heard Happer. Now I don't want to spoil my answer or John's answer, but there is a question that Nick wrote in content for today, where folks online are saying Red Panda is washed. Is this true? You were there front and center.
No, I would never say that.
Okay.
I would never say such a thing.
Well, he had to sign the release form there so he could participate in the bowl toss, and that one of the things is I believe it's subparagraph B that says you cannot say that Red Panda.
Oh, don't worry. I saw
Understandable.
John's tweet. I'm keeping receipts. I saw John's tweet that said, I've never seen Red Panda before, but then I looked up for 1 second and I saw her drop a bull.
No, I didn't see her drop it. I just saw it on the ground.
They were
I
hard
looked
to
up,
pick
it was
up,
on
by
the
the way.
ground, and then you were kind of doing the little tiptoe thing because you didn't want to get run over by the unicycle.
I did not.
And then
Understandable.
you picked it up.
Are they special Red Panda bulls or are they regular bulls?
They're not regular bulls. They are.
Tell us about the Bulls.
You're exposing state secrets, Happer.
I don't know what the actual material that they were made out of.
It looks like
was.
a light plastic, like it's not like a heavy plastic. Like they're light. Is it? Would that
No,
be accurate?
I would say a heavier,
Oh, okay.
almost ceramic, like,
Oh,
but not quite, not that breakable. Because she hammers those things together when she catches them, and then they have to flip up on top of each other. So they don't really break. I mean, they hit the ground pretty hard. I guess the secret is, if there is one, the first bull is weighted. The first bull is designed specifically so it sits on top of her head.
yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
people
no, I
knew
mean,
that.
I don't know if that's necessarily giving away state secrets, but
Happer,
yeah,
Red Panda's people are going to come kidnap you now.
No,
because
we're
you've
cool.
exposed.
We're cool.
Yeah?
We're on a first name basis.
Oh,
Yeah.
You call her
Oh,
Red?
really
No, her name is Wrong.
wrong. Like that's her first name.
That's her name. Yeah.
How's it spelled?
I don't know.
Do you know?
She started to spell it out last night, and I was like, "What's your name?" And she was like, R-O, and then N-G. I think it's R-O-N-G-E. And then she said it out loud. She's like, "It's just like wrong. It's like you would say wrong."
Interesting.
Yes.
This is like finding out that Hulk Hogan's real name isn't Hulk Hogan.
Wow.
What is it, Leslie?
Mr.
Terry.
Racist.
Terry.
Terry.
That's right.
Mr. Racist.
Yeah, that's Hulk Hogan's full name.
That's his nickname, Nick.
Mm.
Kansas City KC fan Mike writes in, Happer. It also mine. Happy B-Day, Happer wife.
What?
I think that is the first
Facebook
sentence that Mike has
comment.
ever written. That's exciting.
That is the best.
Hey,
it's a classic Facebook comment.
Mike, you're on Facebook. Can you give us a ha-ha?
Oh, yeah. Can we get some ha-has in the chat?
Thank you.
I'm glad to know Mike does type the way he speaks. So, as the man who famously gave us the
Chips,
line.
baby, chips.
Chips, baby, chips.
And as always, boys, chips, baby, chips.
He blew his own tagline. It's like The Rock saying, If you taste what the smell, the cooking.
Yeah, you can't ruin your own line.
I'm ha boy. Like,
All right, well, put ha ha. React,
Oh,
Mike.
that's awesome.
We need it for the Facebook algo.
React.
yeah. Okay. All right. So have you guys gone outside at all yet today?
Oh yeah,
shoveled.
I just got done scooping.
Yeah.
Nice. Josh, what did you shovel, Josh?
When?
What?
The snow. What do you mean? What? It was right in front of our door. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna shovel this. Remember, we have our own private entrance. So I was like, I want to clear this off for when we go outside. So I did it in front of our door, and then I did the sidewalk all the way in front of our neighbor's door too.
Okay, there you go.
So,
I didn't
yeah.
expect that. I didn't figure either.
Didn't expect that. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, if I lived in an apartment, I wouldn't be shoveling the sidewalk in front of my apartment. I can tell you that.
Well, I decided to do it to be nice. I didn't do it to the other apartment, though, just to one of my neighbors.
Is it because you hate them?
Hate is a strong word. Hate's a strong
By the
word.
way, Josh has posted the audio or the video on our
excellent.
Twitter account. I can't hear it because it would be distracting, but also listening to you guys. But
1620 The Zone was live. Josh went live.
Yeah, I guess so.
Incredible.
And it's framed very well. I mean, again, I can't hear what he's saying, but I feel like I'm getting a great education on the size of Mount Hopper.
It's a good picture of Mount Hopper.
Look at the picture, John.
It is.
Yeah, he just sent out a photo too.
Is it? Do we have it uploaded? We don't have it.
It's up at 1620 The Zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, we'll share it with the world. I was watching the video.
I don't see the video.
It's on. Just go to the 1620 The Zone page, Nick.
I thought I was there,
Twitter.
but I was just in the search area. Here we are.
He was live.
I like how he's doing the really close front-facing camera.
It's very well done. It's almost like he is the director of video.
Oh,
It's almost as if he has moved in on Nick's turf.
Nick, how do you feel about this?
Turn to retaliate by moving in on director of audio's turf.
I can do audio stuff.
Can you?
Well, challenge.
Yeah, some would say I've been trained to do audio stuff since I've started.
Oh, that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm about to upload the photo. I'm just getting it all cleaned up real fast.
Yeah, judge my mountain.
So we need to decide as we prepare to upload this. We need to decide when will this melt. And again, I forgot the rules from last year. Do we do it when it is all gone, and then if it comes back, it's still Mound Hopper, or are we saying when this pile melts? And here it is.
No, I say
that's
at the end of the season.
At the end of the season.
So it can go away and come back, and it's still the same cycle. That's my vote personally. Because what we're shooting for is to find
we can never
the
lock this down.
the last time that snow is visible.
Is
and
actually
that
there.
will be it.
But only in that spot. Only in that spot.
But that's going to be
because that's Mount Hopper.
Yeah, it's
Mount Hopper isn't everywhere. It's just that.
Correct.
Just that spot.
In
that particular
specific
spot on the parking
or
lot.
wherever the snow is piled.
We're all Mount Hopper on this blessed day.
In our parking lot.
It almost looks like they've slid Mount Hopper over, like it's almost blocking the other entrance to our.
That's what I said, John. Yeah, it's right up against the sign. It's not in the far corner this year.
This
usually
is
over by
unacceptable.
It's usually by the architect place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
usually like
in the southwest corner usually, and now it is basically just on the south edge, the mid.
Yeah, it's in a weird spot this year. This isn't good.
Is this going to affect our traffic patterns through the parking lot?
It might.
All those poor yoga people aren't going to know what hit them.
How did they decide on a new spot?
Already are notoriously bad parkers and drivers. So
just imagine when there's no lines to guide them. Actually, that might help. God. I don't know.
Might help. Interesting.
Happer, are you going to, because you have the parking lot all to yourself, are you going to go and flip some cookies out in the parking lot? Just
okay. Before I answer that question, is that what you call doing cookies? What everybody has a different term for this.
They do. And I think it's regional.
Yes.
What did John call it?
Flipping cookies is what
flipping
we called
cookies. I've heard
I call it doing cookies.
Doing
Doing cookies. I mean, just using the term
guy.
cookies. Others use donuts.
Well, cookies and donuts are two different things.
No.
Kitties?
Yes.
You ever call them kitties?
No, they're not.
Yeah, because it all depends on how the tire tracks look.
Whipping kitties.
What's a cookie
heard
versus a donut, Nick?
So a donut it looks like a donut in the tire tracks where the front tires, make the small circle on the inside, and then the rear tires make the big one on the outside. But if you do a cookie, you just do it in a way to where you just rotate the whole car, and then there's no internal circle. It's just the outer circle.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
We've never been that specific. We just said flipping.
I never knew about that either.
If you're not being that specific, that doesn't mean that it's right, though.
Anyway, you want me to go first?
I'm just telling you what it was back in my day.
Sure, Happer.
Last year, I was famously far too late. I believe that my guess was like early to mid-April last year, and it was gone by the second week in March. So I'm going to use that information to my advantage, and I will shorten it up a little bit this year, but we'll see where it lands compared to you guys. How about March 21st?
Isn't that the first day of March Madness?
Yes.
I hate to ask another
Second
procedural question, but we could get snow, but they don't plow the lot, thus create another Mount Hopper.
No, I don't think it gets Mount Hopper designation until the plows come in.
A second Mount Hopper has hit the parking lot.
the plows create
so
Mount
this
Hopper.
Mount. Let's pretend that this is the only snowfall. This is the only plowed Mount Hopper. If we get any other dusting of snow the rest of the season,
sure,
that does not count towards this Mount Hopper.
Well, if it's on top of Mount Hopper.
If it's on top. I'm saying if this goes away, and then we get a dusting or two, but we don't create another Mount Hopper, that's not Mount Hopper.
That's correct.
We go back to the original death of Mount Hopper. Okay. So you said March 21st?
Yeah, it's the first Friday of the NCAA tournament. Creighton baseball is playing at home against St. Mary's that day, and that'll be the last day that we see the Mount Hopper snowpile.
All right, I'm going to go earlier than that, and my reasoning is this. They have put it in the wrong spot, and so I think that they're going to move it, and it will be dispersed, and thus it's going to melt faster.
They are not moving that pile, Josh.
I
that
think
pile
they're going
is not
to.
going anywhere. No.
I think that because it's going to cause problems, and so they're going to have to come in and fix it.
Philadelphia Eagles in here, and they're just going to brotherly shove.
We don't need to bring up that, John. I'm going to say because of that, it's going to be warm next week. Give me March the 1st. March the 1st. I'm going way earlier than Hopper.
Oh, it's going to snow more than that.
Way earlier.
And then so that'll be the day where you proclaim that snow is done, and everybody gets triggered at you.
Very interesting idea there, Connor. Very interesting.
February 28th.
Whoa! That's in 2 weeks from
Friday.
It's only the day before Josh's pick.
Yeah, that's
I guess
true.
You're right. It seemed so much earlier,
it
though.
It does.
Is anyone writing this down, or is Odson making a graphic for us so we have evidence of this?
Well, make sure we just write it up on the old whiteboard.
All right, so February 28th, Saturday. March 1st. John will be
Friday the 21st of March, Happer. Wow.
John will be in Cincinnati. And yes, Friday the 21st. It is. Is that the first Friday of the NCAA tournament, or is it the Friday after that?
No, that's it. That's it.
That's first Friday.
First weekend Friday.
There you go.
Oh, we'll be having a great time, Happer.
John will be somewhere. I'll be in the Chuck in Omaha.
March 12th. I think we'll get exactly 1 month out of it.
Nice. Split the difference.
Wednesday, March 12th.
Okay. Interesting.
There we go.
March 12th.
End of Mount Hopper.
Okay. I don't know. I just feel like we're going. It snowed too late for the first time this year. We know that there's going to be more snow. And I think we have enough right now to get us to hang on for a while already. Like this is a pretty good amount.
Yeah, but if it does get warm, it won't take long for this stuff to disappear.
Josh, you're the weather guy. What you referenced the warmth next week? What is this I hear?
Couple weeks from now, it's going to be in the 40s and very sunny. And that's all you need. You need a little bit of sun and that's going to help knock it down. Now, the problem is over the next few days, it's going to be very, very cold.
That's right. It's going to harden right in there.
Pack it in, and so that's going to be bad.
Nice.
But if we get a lot of sun, and certainly if it continues to be windy over the next few days, which it is supposed to be, that stuff could be blowing all around the world. So I'm still gonna say March 1st is when it's gone.
And don't underestimate one of the yoga people driving their car into it and thus spreading it further.
That's true. Although if it freezes over, that would probably ruin the car, considering what the car is probably the smallest car you've ever seen.
Yeah,
because they're
true.
yoga people.
That's true.
It's electric and it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Dan writes in March 5th. So we got another date on the board. Text from the 531 says, this show sucks. Switching over to a different station. Wow, that's very sad.
Well, good luck finding one that doesn't suck anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that our thing? We suck less than everybody?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not our thing, but I do think we do suck less than anybody else.
It's our new tagline. Interesting.
Yeah,
I'm sorry you don't like snow talk.
I would agree with that. I think we suck less than everybody else.
Mount Happer's an annual tradition.
Well, yeah, we haven't done this. It's just that's all, and just roll with it. I mean, this is the crossover. We talk about anything here. If this person has ever been with us in the crossover,
this was the first text literally ever from this phone number.
Oh, okay. Well,
what's the 531? Is that the new 508?
That's the new Omaha.
308.
That's
that's
Omaha. Bastard prefix.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the bastard area code.
Yep, Omaha, Lincoln, and Norfolk.
Well, this person's an idiot.
Norfolk. Yeah, that's definitely a person from Norfolk.
A text from the 402. This show might suck, but Creighton is good. That's what it says.
Happer, I think you might be having a turf war. Matt McMaster said Mount McMaster.
He did say that this morning, and I was like, sure, whatever, Matt, get out of here.
Which is why you need to get a flag up there as soon as you can.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, when people see that, they'll know. They know what they're like.
Yeah, it's already been named. I mean, it's the thing. I mean, pick your own mountain. McKinley didn't run over to Everest and say, "Nah, I want it that way."
Yeah, Josh Hodson. Oh, sorry, Happer. Josh Hodson writes, imagine being a 531 and trying to flex nuts.
Flex nuts.
What does that mean? Jeff says you guys are doing great. That guy sucks.
531, their last name is Snow because they're all bastards.
Only in the north,
of
John.
Of Omaha.
Jeff says you guys are doing great. That guy sucks.
Shout out, Jeff.
It's not us. It's that guy who sent that text. That guy sucks.
Screw you, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
Yeah, and the only person who can rename Mount Happer is President T. And it's going to be renamed the Mount of America.
That's true.
But that's only if he gets wind of it before it's gone. Otherwise, it stays Mount Happer.
Which, John, if you're right, it's going to be gone in 16 days. Like, there's not much time left for him to change.
Yeah, I'm already regretting this pick. I'm already regretting this pick.
Because it was one day earlier than me? Because it's February?
Yeah, well,
just
thinking through some of the logic and,
I don't know. I don't know why you guys think the snow is going to go away in February. That is ridiculous.
Didn't it go away in February last year, Apper?
It was the first couple days in March. And don't
basically it's the same thing.
I was a month
off. March 2nd still February. The answer is yes.
Pay no attention to the fact that I was a month off last year, but just listen to yourselves. It's really an emotional hedge is what it is. Because if I predict that the snow pile doesn't go away until April 20, whatever, or, if I do it even later, then I can be right if we have the horrible, horrible misfortune of having snow on the ground on that day. So I really win both ways. Good job by me. Thank you, guys.
Good job by you.
Yes. Good job, you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations.
It is important at this time of year to hedge because you're you can see March. It will be March in 2 weeks. Like, it's all very exciting. It won't be cold anymore. You want it to be warm again.
Oh, it will too be cold.
There will be baseball games.
Baseball is cold.
Games.
Yeah, I heard about the first baseball segment yesterday.
Yeah, what did you think of it yesterday?
He taught me something that I didn't know about the guy from Japan.
Rintaro Sasaki.
Yeah, who's on Stanford. That's great.
Yeah, I learned too.
And then I accused Nick of having a Japanese kink, and then
he
denied it.
I do not have a Japanese kink. Those people are called weebs, and I'm not a weeb. Trust me, I know
They're called
weebs. I'm not
weebs?
that. Yeah,
I didn't know that they had a name.
it's
I
like
didn't
short
either.
for weeaboo, and I think weeaboo.
What does
stands
that
for
mean?
Somebody who appreciates another culture.
I mean,
But in
Connor,
a weird way.
Nick really was into Pokemon, so this does make
Pokemon,
sense.
Everybody
anime,
my age was into
Japanese
Pokemon.
baseball.
Japanese baseball, yeah. Japanese
Where
whiskey.
does it end, Nick?
Japanese whiskey. Thank you, John.
And my argument for the Japanese whiskey is: how often are you in a situation where you have the experience, the chance to try Japanese whiskey?
Well, to
Anybody
be fair,
can
we've
get
been in
up there.
Vegas twice in the last year, Nick, so at least 2 times for you.
Well, no, because we didn't go to that first place the first time.
I don't think they only have Japanese whiskey in Vegas. I think you
Yeah.
could get it here if you
Yeah,
really
I'm
wanted
guessing
it.
that they probably have it at some place here, one of the nicer stores here in Omaha, or maybe even just one of the.
I'm talking in a bar situation where you're looking at what drinks they have.
I
and
bet
then
they have it in
Japanese-
Omaha.
I
I bet
guarantee you
there's
that.
I bet there's a
But
bar
I haven't
downtown.
been there.
Poll question: is there Japanese whiskey in Omaha?
I'm sure
Well,
there is.
excellent
I bet
poll
they'll have it.
question.
I know they have whiskey that you can get at that Beers R Us place, or the place that used to be Toys R Us.
Yeah,
I know they
Toys R
have
Us.
whiskey there, but on as far as like in a bar, I don't know. Probably. But we were in a bar in that situation.
Is this true? Technically, Maker's Mark is now a Japanese whiskey. Did they get bought out
Oh,
by
wow.
a Japanese?
There you go, Nick.
See?
You can go hit some Maker's Mark.
I love. Japanese
I love it.
whiskey.
This is going to be great. Maker's Mark's going to have a whole new advertising campaign. The exotic taste of Maker's Mark.
Incredible.
Japanese whiskey made in Tennessee.
It's got the cool wax thing on the top.
They
And
did
Nick will
does
be
have
that.
the
like,
wax
I
thing.
can't try this unless I'm in Las Vegas at a bar.
That is not what it was, you goober.
By the way, how about this from Odson? D1 Baseball did a story on that guy today, so they clearly stole it from Nick.
Wow.
Look at you. Who did the story?
Wow.
Who did the story on D1 Baseball?
I don't know. I don't
Let's see,
have
it's the first time
Where
I've
did you
gone to this
go?
website since last June.
Where did you get the story from, Nick?
the Athletic like a year ago.
A year
Wow.
ago, you've been sitting on that for a year.
Yeah, I saved it because I wanted to keep an eye on him. I'm like, I'm going to keep an eye on this guy. And then
By
I
the
had
way-
the chance to talk about it.
This is a podcast series, Nick. It's called Rintaro.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it
There you
is.
go.
Ritaro Sasaki's unique path to Stanford.
6
look at-
episodes, Nick.
He's going to be a big deal.
Is he?
Episode 1, the
I think
decision.
so.
I bet that was like
LeBron?
LeBron James.
Put it on the very
Well,
long-term list. I think he's going to be a big deal in
Okay.
MLB.
Episode 2.
He'll be a big deal, all right. He's a big guy.
He's
Nick
a
will
big guy.
celebrate by cheersing him with some delicious Maker's Mark.
Maker's Mark.
Japanese whiskey.
Who made the Japanese whiskey that you tried? Well, do you remember what that actually was?
The Japanese.
Not off of the top of my head, but I can find it back.
More specific, John. More specific.
Oh, probably this guy from Stanford.
yeah. Yeah. This is interesting.
It's going to take me a minute to find it. It's in my messages to my friend.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Whiskey. That's it's corn based, correct?
The one I had was corn-based for sure.
Aren't they all?
I don't think all whiskey's corn-based. Like Scotch is technically whiskey.
I don't know what the
Okay,
base
I
of
understand.
corn.
Scotch is whiskey.
I don't know
It's
what
just
the
made
base
in
of
Scotland.
whiskey
Yeah.
is.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
There's some whiskeys that have a rice base.
So maybe this Japanese whiskey may have been rice based.
Oh no, the one I had
Considering
was
that-
for sure corn. It was grain.
You could tell by the giant corn on the
Yeah.
label.
How do you know?
Made in Japan.
I'm not a whiskey guy. I know there was a whole whiskey subculture out there. Can you tell?
You can tell if something's like grainy, if it tastes grainy versus not.
If the peanuts come out in the other, or the corn kernels come out in the other end, that's when
Oh
you
my
can
gosh,
tell.
John.
Hakushu 12. That's what I had. It was Hakushu 12.
I do remember there being a number in there. Yeah.
Good Lord.
There it
Nice.
is. Pretty good.
It is dumb debates day, you know.
That's true.
Got to get our poop in.
I can get a bottle of it for $150.
Good Lord.
I won't.
What?
but I
Wait.
could.
You get a bottle of it for 150 and you bought a glass for 60?
What bar won't mark up a glass of whiskey, Happer?
I'm just saying, like,
That's a serious markup.
I didn't know it existed until I was there in that moment. That was the cheapest one, too. They had other Japanese whiskeys that were way more expensive. I think there was a $99 glass.
you should have just done it.
It was a single malt Japanese whiskey.
Classic. Single malt.
Beautiful crisp flavors of sweet pear and butter cookie. I didn't get any of that when I tried it.
Was it good, Nick?
It was Fine. I didn't love it. I didn't.
Oh,
love
that's
it.
a bummer.
It tasted like Sunoco 89 octane,
All right,
which is what most whiskeys taste like to me.
the predictions for Mound Hopper graphic is up at
Yes.
1620 the zone.
Love it.
John, Friday, February 28th.
I'm already regretting this decision.
Josh, 1 day later, Saturday, March 1st, and me 3 weeks after that on March 21st.
Very exciting.
There you go.
Very
And
exciting.
Nick didn't make the graphic.
Oh, Nick didn't make the graphic.
He didn't get on there for some reason.
Nice.
This
Thank
is
you.
harsh.
Thank you.
I mean, it's nicely spaced out. I mean, adding a fourth person on there would have made everyone else's smaller, but
Yeah, that's a
That's
tough
what
look.
It is a tough look.
By the way,
Yes,
speaking
Josh,
of graphics, I've been working on something in honor of Nick and his delicious tastes in whiskey, which I will be uploading in about 5 seconds. So Nick, we
Oh,
can
fun.
celebrate you just a little bit more.
I
as
love
we,
this.
Yep, as we
Can't
get
wait.
this in here. And I did a translator. I did a Google translator. So that is Maker's Mark in Japanese.
Incredible.
Fine Japanese whiskey
This is
love
what
that.
you've been working on, Josh?
for the last 2 minutes while you guys were talking.
good grief.
So that's treasure hour evening.
There you go.
I know.
Maker's
I know a
Mark.
little. I can read a little Japanese.
See, okay, once again, my point stands. From
I think that
before.
Happer might be right.
I'm not
I
a
think
weeb.
I think you might be right.
Just because I'm trying to teach myself how to read Japanese.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that does
I can
it.
speak a
Yep.
little Japanese too, but not a whole lot.
Unbelievable.
It's good to learn multiple languages.
Sure.
I only know English.
That's why Nick watched our Godzilla movie in movie club with a tear in his eye. I can't believe they're killing
Godzilla
him.
was good, and you ruined it for yourself
but-
by watching the dub.
Try Spanish, Nick.
Oh,
Everybody
God.
learns Spanish.
Another reason. You got to watch it in Japanese so you can understand it like me, a Japanese person.
No, that's not. You have to watch it in Japanese because that's the original language it was made in. That's how it was meant to be consumed.
Mm. Well, Godzilla consumed a lot of things, a lot of people.
That's true. He didn't care what nationality they were.
No,
That's right.
No, he just was
Well,
hungry.
does he? I mean, it seems like every Godzilla movie is always attacking the same place.
I guess that's true.
I think Godzilla, like
Racist?
Nick, has a fetish. Like, he's got a fetish. Got a Japanese
Is Godzilla a weeb?
It's almost like Godzilla's a metaphor.
Godzilla,
Godzilla
next
Weeb.
movie, he's going to rise from the deal and he's going to have a patch. Hello, my name is Weeb.
I never heard that term until
I never
now.
heard that, but I like
either.
This is the first time you guys have all heard weeb.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
all learned it on the same
I'm going to
day.
say, I'm going to
Congrats.
say for 99.999% of the audience, this is new for them too.
I'm glad I could teach people some
Glad to
things.
hear Nick is definitely not one, though. He's definitely not one.
I'm not.
Good comment, Josh.
When you go to that
Oh.
website, Nick, do you type it in Japanese or just write out Japanese and English?
Well, they have there's English variations of
Okay.
Japanese. You know,
Okay.
By the way, Otson has now put up the poll question: is Godzilla a weeb?
incredible.
Oh.
Well done.
Mm.
And that idiot from the 531 switched away from this.
Ha you
What
moron!
a
You
fool.
absolute idiot!
What a fool. Because I bet
Mhm.
that guy likes his Japanese Maker's Mark too. Either that
Oh,
or he's
man.
right now in his liquor cabinet saying, "It's just not American."
Yeah, throwing it onto the ground like Roger Sterling would. Man, Roger Sterling was out on Maker's Mark when he learned that news.
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Sterling.
Oh,
Man.
man.
Need to watch Mad Men to get that reference, kids.
Uh-huh. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
We've covered some ground today, guys.
Yes,
yeah,
we
we
have.
really have.
Once again, the crossover finds a way.
See, that's
Spanning the globe.
that would today's crossover was a really good example for people who, like the person who texted in 20 minutes ago, this show sucks and I'm going to listen to another station. I will admit that sometimes we don't know where we're going, but we almost always find something that hits.
Yeah, we'll get there.
And today was just, Nick
Not being a weeb.
Really enjoying Japanese culture.
Just because a guy owns 3 kimonos doesn't make him a weeb. Happer.
Nice, Nick.
Grow up.
Nice.
What kind of truck do you have again, Nick?
Damn
Interesting.
Damn it!
That was good, John. That was good.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
I can't bounce back from that. He's right.
Nope. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Crap.
Wow. Incredible.
When people see a red dot, or Nick sees a Japanese flag.
I don't think they do that anymore.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those since November.
Have a flag?
No, I don't think they do the
red dots
anymore because of the, war.
My neighborhood is empty of the signs, John.
That was the blue dots, you morons.
There were red ones too.
No, the red ones had the toupee or the bad hair, and
I thought I saw some regular red dots.
Were they? Okay, I didn't see many of those. I always drive through the neighborhood where only the blue dots lived.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I was in a giant game of Candyland.
Nice.
There was a lot of dots back.
When was the
during
last
that
time you played Candyland?
20, 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Not 20 years ago. I would have been 16.
I may have only played it less than a handful of times.
We should do
It wasn't a
Candyland
game that we played growing up.
crossover. Let's do a crossover Candy. Let's do Candyland on the radio next time we have a giveaway.
Candyland.
Maybe it'll go better than 21 on the radio.
Never.
Maybe it will happen.
Never. That was the most best executed game ever.
It was the GOAT.
There were no issues.
You just got blackjacked. God. What a time. What a time to be alive.
Or as Nick calls it, Weeb Jack.
It doesn't make any sense, John.
It's funny, though.
You just got candy landed. Thank you,
Candyland.
All right. Well, happy Weeb year.
Oh, we're doing it. Happy New Year.
I don't know. Nick, what do you think?
Nick doesn't want this one to re-air.
Odson says
I don't care
so.
if it re-airs. It was funny.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay.
Odson says so.
Odson had a good time. Plus, Odson went out and did his duty. Got us some
Forgot to
photos
put me
and
on the
some
graphic.
videos. Yeah, he had to put Nick on the graphic.
Nick's going to hit this, and, we'll have no record of it except for this podcast.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Happy
No
New
one will
Year.
remember.
Happy New Year.
I mean, remember, we got to have enough that you can weed them out. I mean, this one.
Weeb 'em out.
Weave them out.
Weeb them out. Sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, it's good to have choices. I mean, we're here on
Nice.
how many Happy New Years has it been? Like 4?
5. We're at 5.
Okay, 5.
Pretty
We're
weak.
5-6 weeks into the year.
Yeah, we're not off to the best start in 2025.
Oh, well,
Gotta give
we have
choices.
plenty of time. We'll be fine.
I know, but we want to have choices, and we
Gotta
want a
get
nice
better.
cross section of the year. And because today was the first snowfall, by the way, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Nice.
It's just nice to have that,
That's true.
just in case.
College
Just in case.
baseball starting this weekend. It just snowed for the first time. So
Hell yeah,
going on.
baseball. I love baseball.
Yeah, we know Nick.
Oh, baseball, man.
Oh,
There's your
baseball.
here's your crossover presented by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Reminded on days like this when you're scooping your driveway and your shovel always hits that rise in the pavement and it drives you nuts.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That your concrete needs repaired and you need Everlevel.
Great point, John.
What a way to tie everything together.
Mm-hmm.
That's artistry, folks. Everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Well, I am hanging out and I am pulling a Jack Mitchell, chatting inside of the comment section throughout most of today's show. Send me your AMAs and I would be happy to answer them and chat with you about a variety of subjects over the next few hours. Hot mic, audio. Keena, did you know your mic is on? Crap! I almost forgot. Oh, is it still snowing? Like it's done. That's nice. That's nice. Many are saying my microphone is on. Let's see. No one is asking me questions. I guess I'm not as fun as Jack. Everyone's just saying my microphone is on. Who is the hottest mic you know? Stibbs is the obvious answer. Great head of hair on Stibbs. Handsome man. Very funny man, which, in my opinion, if you're funnier, you're even more attractive. So Stibbs is the hottest mic that I know. Dwayne says, who would win in a hot wings eating contest between producer Josh and producer Nick? I think I would whoop him in a hot wing contest. I eat wings all the time. I had wings last night. And so I know how to eat them. Schwartzwielder asks, what if it snows for the Boston Marathon? That's a good question. I don't think they would cancel it, but I guess it wouldn't totally surprise me if they, man, that would suck. That would really be a huge bummer. Keenan says, Jack just starts rambling about old video games of Lincoln restaurants apropos of nothing. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Jack. I don't think I have any takes on old video games. I guess here's one. So at some point, I think I was in high school, maybe middle school, 03-ish, 02, 03, 04, somewhere in there. They released all of the original Super Mario games on the Game Boy Advance. And so one of my brothers got the Game Boy Advance SP, which was, if I recall, it was the first Game Boy that had like a backlit screen. And man, the youngs of today will never understand the pain of having to play a Game Boy and needing a lamp so you could see it. Like, I'd go to my grandma's house and she had one of the original Game Boys and I would play Tetris on it, or I'm trying to remember the other game that I would play. The one where it, like, what's it called? Blocks or whatever, where the ball just bounces around and hits the blocks and has to knock them off. And I would do that, but I would need a lamp. I would need a lamp at my grandma's house. And so anyway, when we got that Game Boy Advance SP, it had the backlit screen, and I ended up playing so much Mario. We had a Nintendo when I was a kid, and then we got rid of it. But I knew, I had played Mario before. I'd certainly played Super Mario Brothers 3, and man, I had so much fun playing those games. And then Riss and I now, we have one of those Nintendos that they released like a decade ago that can hook up to a high definition TV. It's like all the video games are built into the hard drive. And so I played and beat Mario 1 and 3 again when that happened. I haven't played it in a while though. God, it's so much fun. Tom says best wing spot in Omaha. Man, I still love Caddyshack the most. Caddyshack is my favorite. I'm sure, I love going to Oscars. Trying to think of like ones that are not like the normal ones that everybody mentions, but those are always my favorite too. But yeah, Caddyshack has been my number one for probably about 4 or 5 years now. Oh, fun. Somebody just texted me about Jerry Jones from The Onion. Jerry Jones signs 15-year, $500 million life extension. That's exciting. We love the Dallas Cowboys, don't we, folks? Baptism by Fire mentions Tracks and Everett's. I've not had Tracks in a while. I've only had Everett's once. I did like it. I think I went in with a little too much hype, though. Stibbs had the very handsome Mike Stibbs had mentioned how good it was, and I very much enjoyed it. But I think I'd like to go in again and give it another go. It was definitely tasty, though. It was definitely tasty. Tom says thanks. Tom, you're welcome. Enjoy your wings. Enjoy your delicious Omaha wings. Carson says, I love cooking my own wings. I wish I could make sauces, though, so I buy various kinds. I've gotten into making buffalo sauce, Carson, over the last few months.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
graphic has been updated now, so Nick, your face is on Mount Hopper too.
Nice. That's all I wanted. All I wanted.
Yeah. It's quite the slight, though, by the now director of audio and video.
Sportsman like conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You guys want him to be your producer too? Just
No. I wasn't saying that. It's just, I'm just looking out for you. As the director of video, it seems as if the director of audio has crossed over into your lane. And, we've got enough of that going on today because people have forgotten how to drive on these roads. So I just didn't want it to happen to you. I didn't want you getting hit head on by someone crossing into your lane.
I appreciate that, John.
You're welcome.
That's why we're at home today, Nick, to be safe with the weather and how everything is. That's why we're doing this. For you, for safety of Omaha.
For you, so that you have a wide open path. I mean, that was the only thing good about last night driving home in the snow was that there were very, 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 very few people out. Now, the very, very, very few people out, most of them were driving SUVs and driving like it was June 1st. Look at that. Go as fast as they can. I'm surprised I didn't see more people in the datch.
When you guys are driving when it's snowing and dark outside, do you pretend like you're in hyperspace from Star Wars?
No. I'm focused on getting home to my family.
Yes.
You can do
So
both.
am I.
Two things can
So
be
am I.
true.
I don't think I can have fun and be stressed about the roads at the same time, Nick. It seems kind of impossible.
Do you listen to different things when you're driving in a stressful situation? Like me, when I'm driving and stuff like this, I could only listen to like classical or instrumental music this morning. I couldn't do normal music or pods.
Nope, I'm still listening to my pods. I might turn it down a little bit, though. I don't know. Why do people do that, John, where it's like you're driving somewhere you've never been before and you're about to turn and you turn down the radio to like look around at the neighborhood? I've never understood. And yet I'm someone who does this too.
I do it for focus reasons.
It seems like that would be the answer, right?
I can't say that I do it. I can't say that I don't do it. I probably do. I don't know. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, yeah. Now, if you're like getting in the drive-through at the Wendy's.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you got to turn it down then.
Yeah, you got to turn it down there. Yeah, I suppose everyone probably does that. It's just that idea of needing quiet.
This is helping me figure out what houses it is.
Go, is that an oak tree or a pine tree?
Excellent
I think
question.
you can tell the difference between those
Should be
two.
able to tell the difference, but I just need to turn this radio down just in case. In case I can't tell the difference. I don't know why.
It must be for focus.
I think it is. I think it's for focus.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Dwayne the Rock Hudson. This is not old manism. I wasn't claiming I'm the only one that can drive in the snow. I'm just surprised at how many people, and they're always in four-wheel drive vehicles, SUVs, or big rigs. And here it is. You want an old manism? Here's an old manism. It's four-wheel drive, not four-wheel stop.
That is my favorite old manism.
Wow. And the problem with last night, when I was driving home, it was after midnight. It wasn't necessarily that the roads were bad at that point. It was the snow was really coming down. So in Nick's, Star Wars hyperspace effect, I mean, it was really blowing in. And then if a vehicle got in front of you or was passing you, it was kicking up more snow, and it made it really hard to see. So that it was more the visibility than it was necessarily the road conditions, though the road conditions were starting to deteriorate just naturally because there was snow on the ground. So that was my only point.
What bugs me about driving in this is there are people who drive without any foresight, Like when I was on my way in this morning, there was this car that was ahead of me, a good chunk, but I could tell they were struggling. And we were going down a hill, so I gave them enough room. So if something happened with them, I wouldn't hit them, And then there's this guy in this big-ass Escalator Explorer that just passed by in the other lane that was more covered. And as he was going down the hill, the car in front of me was, hitting their brakes and trying to goose it. And because of that, they were kind of in the middle. And this guy in this big-ass truck has started to slow down, but almost too late. He almost hit this guy. Like, there's a reason I was going so slow. Maybe you shouldn't have passed me.
Man, Nick, this is a great reminder of why I decided to work from home. Just didn't want to have to deal with any of this stuff today. Safety first, friends. Safety first.
Yes. Yeah, Josh just yields his time. Everyone else is making the point for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a great point.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Omaha.
Two fewer people on the road.
Nebraska. 2 less people on the road today.
Mm-hmm.
2 less idiots out there just weeing along at 80 miles an hour, just treating it like it's June 1st. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
See, Nick, I know that you're frustrated with us, but I feel like you're frustrated at the wrong people. Don't hate the player. Hate the game, Nick. Hate the game.
I can hate both. I'm a hater.
No. Well, we know that.
Hate the game, man.
Yeah.
It's time for the Grum Down.
Grum Down.
Presented by the referees, the John Higgins Weather Guard.
Nice.
Dynamo Dan waves goodbye to Creighton's win streak.
Dynamo Dan sounds like an action figure from the 50s.
It does. I mean, I've never used this phrase to describe Dan Hurley. I just needed a D word, and he is very energetic and kind of like a dynamo.
Surprised you didn't use dumbass.
No. Listen,
Daring.
I was one of the first people that was hoping and praying that Dan Hurley wasn't going to leave for the Lakers, because I think people like this need to be in college sports.
You did say that.
You did.
We need the characters. We need the faces and the heels. And Dan Hurley plays the heel better than anybody else in the sport today. So, and listen, if I were a coach, there's many reasons why I'm not a coach, but if I were a coach, my behavior would be much closer to Dan Hurley than it would be to anybody else.
Exactly. That is not true.
Making faces, spazzing out,
waving at the fans.
Absolutely.
John, that is maybe one of the best things that you have ever said, because so many people get so offended by these things, and yet I love talking trash when my teams win, and I would act the same way, especially if I'd been trolled like Dan Hurley has over the last couple of seasons.
Mike Schaefer, Husker247.com,
Nice.
live and in color.
Live? Like
Live.
every other
He's
week,
live.
John, that we talk to him.
I just, occasionally it's nice just to remind people that this is a live show.
Shape is always live all the time.
The U.S. Department of Education on revenue share. Inequality for all.
Shout out to me for being correct yet again, John.
You picked it. I didn't disagree with you. I was being patient. I didn't know how quickly they would act, and they did. By the way, is this the department that's being headed up by Linda McMahon, wife of Vince McMahon?
Good question.
Was she the appointee to this one, or am I thinking the last time that T was in office?
Honestly,
Either
I
way.
cannot remember.
Yeah. Anyway, and I thought they were getting rid of the Department of Education, so who knows? We're applying college basketball to college football because we can.
I don't know what that means, but I'm scared.
On college baseball opening week? Sad.
Yes, Nick.
Well, this is in response to a question that was issued to Stuart Mandel's mailbag that Josh alerted.
This is pretty interesting stuff.
Now, football is done.
Thank God.
We say happy trails to Mitch Holthus, which is why he is featured today as the bullet points on the Grum Down.
Nice.
This is our last conversation with Mitch until maybe the draft, but probably in August.
Wow. When we're talking to him every day again.
Yes.
Every day.
There's a new Gatorade flavor in Madison. Berry Blast.
Nice, John. Well played.
Spelled Barry.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that Josh has been adamant about, that he has more anecdotal evidence that it's true.
I feel pretty good about this one. Feel pretty good about this opinion.
Hashtag dumb debates today. This is a snow day, people. This is a snow day. Ain't none of you working. You got plenty of time to conjure up or remember or just make up out of the blue sky a dumb debate and send it to us into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620.
Please do.
Or the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Weeb at 16. I'm sorry. Nick at 1620thezone.com.
And if you think about it, if you submit your dumb debates, it's like you're making us your weird little radio puppets. You know, you ask us something and then we argue that thing.
Sounds like a kink.
It's not a kink, Josh. It's very normal.
Very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Ravitch,
Oh
SEC basketball is mid.
This might be the best thing that I have ever heard a broadcaster say on television.
Oh, and by the way, he did respond, so you'll have that too.
Oh, really? Okay, I'm not going to search what he said. Oh, this is good.
Yeah, you'll
It's
love
gonna be
this.
great. Okay, I can't wait to find out what
he
he says.
Did you have to use the blower or the shovel?
And did you scoop or did you shovel?
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask Schaefer about this when he joins us here in a little bit. Apparently, I didn't know there was the scoop hive and the shovel hive. I've always used the terms interchangeably. I didn't know.
You said scoop earlier on the show. I figured you might be a scoop hive member.
I've used both. I've said I got to go shovel the snow. I'm going to scoop the snow. I've used them interchangeably.
Interesting. I'm a shovel boy.
Yeah. You've never said I'm going to scoop the snow.
Nope, I shovel the snow.
I might be a scooper. I think I'm a scooper.
By the way, John, this was not on the Grum Down, but given that I am working from home, a great reminder that this means I can hold up my Michigan book.
Oh, jeez.
So if you ever need any Michigan takes, maybe during the show, I just go to various pages and I read Chapter 20.
Larry L. Link Sausage.
Firing and hiring. On January 1st, 2011.
Michigan football, we cheat to win.
Mississippi State beat Michigan 52-14 to give the Wolverines their worst bowl loss in Michigan history and a final record of 7-6. There you go.
Like that sounds like a good book right there.
More excerpts coming today on the Grum.
More about bad Michigan.
Yeah, I don't like
402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up on the text machine. Nice. And we won't discriminate if you come from the 531, even though our last communique from the 531 was not nice.
No.
But we're not going to generalize. We're not going to say that all of you from the 531 are bastards. Just this one guy.
Just this one guy. Or gal.
Or it could have been a woman. I guess it could.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
anybody can be a bastard.
Yesterday, women were hating on me, so why not today too?
What did you do yesterday? Oh, that's right. Never mind. I remember the tweets.
Yeah. Crazy Dr. Psycho lady was hating on me.
I think that's her handle on Twitter.
Something like that. Mm-hmm. So that is the Grum today, and we appreciate you being out there. Be careful if you happen to be out and about. How are the roads there? How does Dodge Street look there, Nick?
It looks clear.
Clear?
It's really slushy and gross, but it looks.
They do a good job.
Clear.
They do a decent job.
I mean, on my way in this morning, it felt like Dodge is mostly ice, but people are driving normal speed right now. It's just slushy and nasty looking.
Cool. Well, wherever it is you're going, just be careful out there. Unless you're
be safe
listening to us in the stream and you're in a warm place with dry pavement, then just be normal careful.
Yeah, we're jealous of you if you're in one of those places.
We are jealous of you. We are jealous of you. No one ever had to scoop dry.
No one ever had to scoop dry.
Hard to argue with that.
That almost sounds inappropriate.
It does. It does, John.
No one ever had to scoop.
Do you regret that? Is that one of those things where you say it and then immediately you're like, I don't know if I should have said that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Coming up, Mike Schaefer will join us
live
and in color.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you happen to be watching our stream. And by the way, you can stream us at zonetv.live if you happen to be watching us in black and white.
Interesting.
I mean, it could.
I guess it's possible.
Some people might have black and white computers.
That's true. It's cheaper. Save $100 by not having a color computer.
Much cheaper. I can save $100. Hey, look, it's in black and white. What's the difference? And this is the Grum. This is a Dumb Debates Wednesday. It's great to have you with us on 1620 The Zone.
All right, I'm back. Give me your finest topics to read off right now as I put an email on my prep sheet for Dumb Debates later on. Do. Let's see. Shut up, Josh. No, you. Max, how's it going today, Josh?
% off a window purchase.
Nick, turn the commercial off.
The deal you don't want to miss. Great energy savings, attractive windows
Max,
made in the USA.
it's going well.
Or maybe you're looking to...
It's going very, very well. Dwayne says, what movie do you want to win Best Picture this year? Man, Dwayne, you know what? I have only seen, I am pretty sure, one movie so far this year. My wife and I were talking about it the other night. She said, which other movies are you hoping to see before the Oscars? And there are multiple. So I've seen Dune Part 2. I loved it. Absolutely loved Dune Part 2. I want to see The Brutalist. It's like 3.5 hours, and I just haven't made the time. I want to see Nickel Boys. I want to see The Substance. If I stumbled upon I'm Still Here and had like 2 hours, I would watch it. I think we will probably watch Wicked. And I think, oh wait, did I say I'm Still Here? Which one? I meant a Complete Unknown. I'm guessing those will be the movies that I see beforehand. I just hope that I have time. We shall see. So I guess Dune would be my answer, Dwayne, ultimately. I did love that movie. I was a really, really, really big fan. Really hope the slush doesn't freeze when it gets below 0 over the next couple of days. Josh, do I call any baseball? Max, no. I did put in I gave some dates that I could do it this year. But I don't think I'll be doing any. I've gotten asked in the past and it's just never worked with my schedule, especially in the early part of the year when when John's still doing basketball stuff. And obviously a couple years ago 2 years ago when they made the Elite 8. I mean, John couldn't do any baseball until April. So if they ask me, I'll definitely do it. Mustache Adam, did Riz try to climb a light pole Sunday night at all? No, she watched highlights for many, many hours and was very, very happy. Lots of smiles, lots of joy, pure happiness. She's still very, very happy. And now John's being a jerk on Twitter. Power shovels. What in the world is a power shovel? That can't be a real thing. Power shovel? We are in the market now for a lawnmower as we continue our hunt for a house. We're not realizing, we've known it, but we need lots of things, many things. We need another couch. We need another bed. And now it's time for Shave.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, "Oh, the Vikings are terrible." It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
So the other day I was driving the car to the shop, and this song was on the radio, and it hit that spot in the song where the instrumental takes over, and I almost instinctively said, and Mike Schaefer joins us from Husker 24/7. I'm serious. I was in such a zone, even though I wasn't hearing all the drops about Schaef's classic Lions rant. There was still that, Pavlovian response where it's like, oh, Mike Schaefer's on. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad that that song can just bring that out of you. You're ready to introduce me, even when you're not even on the air. You're such a professional. You're in radio mode at all times. Just like Hurley from UConn is such a professional. He is a troll at all times.
All the time.
That dude is. It's like Pro Wrestling Manager 101 heel stuff. I mean, his psychology is next level. And this is one of the thing. Maybe it was a good thing because I might have flipped out. But being on the bench side and down at the opposite end, I didn't. Outside of the times where I would look at that direction and he'd be 3/4 of the way down on the court, with his arms crossed, arguing with an official. I didn't see a lot of his histrionics last night, so there wasn't a lot to react to, right? So that was one thing I missed. Otherwise, because you sit on the opposite side of the court, you're constantly like, anytime something happens, your first instinct is look at Hurley. What's he doing? How's he reacting? And I didn't have the chance to do that last night. But as I said in the last segment, if I were a coach, my personality would be pretty darn close to his.
Oh, no doubt about it. I complain about these types of people, but I know I would be Tom Izzo, constantly working officials at all times, constantly complaining, constantly being aggrieved, that sort of thing.
By the way, John, things are being really robotic right now. So if we're kind of stumbling over some words, that's what's happening at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's clear in mine, but I'm not in the StreamYard the same way you are. So I thought we were gonna do the beginning of the show purge and restart the computer every day just to make sure that this didn't become a thing. So we'll try to power through here as we fix that StreamYard audio issue. So Schaefer, this week it was made official that Mike Eckler is joining special teams, going to make $650,000 a year. I've asked this question of a couple of folks. Is it crazy to think Nebraska can't take a significant jump in special teams? And when I say significant, I'll put a marker on it. Let's say top 40.
Yeah, I mean, it's I anticipate that they should be markedly improved because you're wholesale changing out most of the specialists. And so I think like that's a big deal in this. And whether that's Kevin Gallick at long snapper, whether that's, Jack McAllister at punter or Andrew Marshall involved as a returner, those are all individual specialists that are new to this operation that you hope are an improvement upon where things were. The big thing to me is kind of just like the attitude of it. Like, are they going to be smart about when to just take the 25-yard line as the starting point for your offense? Like, stop putting yourself in a -8-yard hole. Are they going to have a game plan when it comes to returning punts, which is what Tennessee was phenomenal at doing under Mike Eckler, relative to how bad it's been at Nebraska? I mean, we went through that on the last time that I was on this show, and we did all the seasons that were necessary to get to the total amount of return yards. And so, yeah, I think I don't know that I have a magical number where it's like Nebraska needs to be inside this for special teams play. But a lot of it to me is kind of, and this sounds really stupid, so bear with me on it. You know it when you see it. And we know we haven't seen good special teams play at Nebraska in a long time. As someone who is tasked with the really unfortunate role of giving a report card after every one of these Nebraska performances, the standard of which the special teams would get an A was largely just baseline competence and not turning the ball over. So, like that's not a top 40 operation. And yet, I think everybody around here would take it. So if you're giving plus off of that, if you're creating havoc with block kicks, or if you have a field goal kicker that is hitting at a 90% clip and you're able to score anytime you're past the 35-yard line, those are huge things where I think that's an arrow up for Mike Eckler. But also, if you have gunners that are flying down the field and blowing people up, if they're not able to get yards in the return game, if you're able to create something, Brian Christopherson was talking about this, and it was the most Brian Christopherson thing ever. He was explaining that he was watching Texas A&M Tennessee a couple of years ago, and specifically clued in on special teams play. And he talked about a 2-play swing where they down the ball inside the 1-yard line and then managed to hold A&M from doing anything in the possession and then return the ensuing punt for a touchdown. Like, if you're able to be a factor in that regard, that is what people are longing for. And I don't know that Mike Eckler can just come in and wave his hands and that's going to happen. But it's hard for me to believe that it's ever going to look the way that it did in 2024. That was horrendously bad. I've run out of adjectives to use to describe the displeasure that I have while watching the special teams play. And I really just cannot believe that it got to that point.
I can't believe in modern football a team could get that many kicks blocked.
I know.
I mean, that was the thing that probably bugged me the most was, you go back in the day when special teams wasn't quite the science it was, and, maybe teams weren't as athletic, and I'm going way back. I could, blocking kicks probably happened a lot. Guys couldn't get the ball elevated quickly enough. But this was I know it didn't set a record, but it sure felt like it.
It was this weird combination of comical and helpless. You're like, well, how are they going to top themselves? And then they go and they do it. And you laugh at it, and you're also like, how is that a professional organization that's not professional in the sense that every player is getting paid, but professional in the sense that the man that was in charge was making more money than our salaries combined, maybe several times over. And it looked like that. That's so wholly unacceptable. And I don't know that we held Matt Rule's feet to the fire enough for what that looked like week in and week out. I will take ownership of that as someone who has access to those press conferences. That could have been a daily conversation for Matt Rule. And it probably should have been, quite frankly.
Do you think, Shape, that was because of the sins of previous coaching staffs? Is that why maybe he wasn't as held to the fire, because it's been this way for a decade, and so it was like he is just a part of the symptom but not the cause?
I don't know. I don't like to think that we treat the coaches differently because of what came before it. I like to think in some ways that it didn't come up because there was no answer that you were going to get that was going to fix the problem in a Monday press conference or a Thursday press conference, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't have a great answer to that. Just like I don't think Matt Rule would have had a great answer in the run of the season for what you're going to do differently, because at some point you're stuck with the long snapper that you have. You're stuck with the special teams coach that you have. Now, they could have made that move during the season, but it feels like Matt Rule believes so strongly in Ed Foley that he really felt like he was going to get it fixed. And he just doubled down on the wrong horse. And not only did they come in last, I mean, they had to bring the sheet out and everything.
Schaefer, let me I had a follow-up, and now I feel like I can't ask it. Let me ask you this. John and I brought back the hot take market even in the offseason yesterday, and one of mine was in relation to football. And John was surprised at the initial kind of thesis of it, and I'm curious as to what you think. I said that if Mike Eckler did not have any Husker ties, that his hire would actually have been celebrated at the same level of Dana Holgorsen. But there seemed to be, and this is just judging by reaction that I've read over the last month, there seems to be oh man, they're hiring another former Husker because he's a former Husker. Have you heard that? Do you agree with that? And if he didn't have the Husker ties, would we look at his resume and say, oh my gosh, this is a home run?
I haven't heard that from other people, but I will say that I've had that internally in my own mind. When he became a candidate, and Josh and I, we talked about this in a non-radio way, but when he became a candidate, I thought it was a float. I mean, I didn't think that it was a real thing because I didn't have any actual respect for what he had done at Tennessee up until the point that I'm writing the story about the fact that Mike Eckler is being named the special teams coordinator, and I am immersing myself in what he did at Tennessee. And yeah, I mean, if his name was John Smith and he was coming from Tennessee with no tie to Nebraska and he didn't have family here and he hadn't coached under Bo Pelini and whatever it is, it would be a whole, like probably the single biggest hire that they made, not counting Dana Holgorsen. And I don't know that there's a close second. I'm not even sure what the close second would be because of the success that he had. And then from talking to different people about how he has reinvigorated his football coaching career by deciding that he wanted to become the best at special teams. That's become the sole focus of Mike Eckler for years now. And hearing that has totally changed how I feel about this. And that probably says more about me and the unwillingness to let go or being annoyed by the fact that oftentimes when there's a position open at Nebraska, the people discussed have to have some sort of affiliation with the state or the program or whatever else. Mm-hmm. And it should have been more of, I probably needed to do better due diligence on what he had done there because the success that Tennessee had, if you could just pick up what they have done across 4 years and you just say that's what Nebraska's special teams are going to look like, would it be absurd to have said that over the last 4 years, Nebraska would win an average of 1.5 to 2 more games just because of field position, just because of not putting yourself in bad spots, because of the amount of made field goals, all the different things? Like we used to call it hidden yardage, and then the joke became it's so obvious that it's not hidden anymore. But what we don't always translate with that to is why is Nebraska playing in so many close and late games? Maybe because they were the worst special teams team in the country, or one of them for several years. If you eliminate that, perhaps instead of being 6-6 this year, they're 7-5 or 8-4 going into the bowl game. They maybe make a bowl game in Matt Rule's first year instead of losing multiple games by 3 points where kickers are, you're getting down the whatever it is. And so, I have come not just full circle on the hire. It's like I reversed my entire thought process on Mike Eckler in a way that I didn't even think was feasible the first time his name sort of came up in conjunction with this job.
Interesting.
Speaking of the coaching staff, Schaefer, it appears that Marcus Satterfield is going to remain part of the staff. He's been taking pictures with recruits with Matt Rule. If so, what does that say about Rule's trust in him and Satterfield that he would take such a significant demotion and still have the enthusiasm to work and recruit here?
Well, the way Matt Rule has talked about Marcus Satterfield, there's obviously a really close relationship there. It's also just a guy that loves football. I know him beyond just the press conference aspect of talking to some of these assistant coaches, and the guy loves football. I mean, he loves being in Nebraska. I think he would be the first to tell you that his tenure as the offensive coordinator was very far from a success. It wasn't special teams, but it was probably closer to that realm than anybody would want it to be. But more than anything, he believes in Matt Rule. He believes in what Nebraska has going on. And I think he saw it as an opportunity to stay with a coach that he trusts in. The other thing is, this is a guy that has been a head coach and it didn't work out. He's now been an offensive coordinator and it hasn't worked out. It might be at some level accepting, hey, I can add to this whole thing, but it might work best if I'm no longer in this upper echelon position. I might be better off just being a tight ends coach. That might work really well for me financially. It might work well for Nebraska. And the other thing is recruits like him. I know that fans are going to find that hard to believe, but recruits do enjoy him. He's an engaging personality. He's done well out on the recruiting trail. There's a lot of tight ends on Nebraska's board for 2026. He's done a very nice job for Nebraska in the state of Colorado in a short amount of time over these last couple of years, where he's built relationships. He's found people that have been overlooked, and he's put Nebraska in position to add players. I think he can be an absolute asset, and it seems like he might be at the right level or the right fit as an assistant coach and not a coordinator, and certainly not the head coach of Tennessee Tech or whatever it was. And that might just be part of the learning process. Sometimes you have to fail to figure out where you're supposed to be. And maybe that's what happened with Marcus Satterfield.
Shay, speaking of failing before you get where you're supposed to be, Nebraska basketball lost 6 in a row. They've now since won 4 in a row. No Bear K tomorrow versus Maryland at home. Northwestern, Penn State to follow on the road before Michigan comes into PBA 12 days from now. Is 2-2 like the record they need in this next 4-game stretch? Is that doable, especially not knowing what's going on with Bear K, or I guess how long he's going to be out? What record do they most need to have by the time this 4-game stretch is done?
I mean, I think ideal is at least 2-2, and then if you somehow can go 3-1 in that 4-game stretch, you've set yourself up really nicely. I think we have to accept Nebraska's had a run of really nice luck in terms of injury. They haven't missed anybody. Like, this is unusual to get this deep into the season and to be this healthy. And so I know that the initial thing is to kind of, oh, woe is me, what bad timing, blah, 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 blah. I think these guys can pick themselves up. Like, I would not write them off of the ability to beat Maryland at home on Thursday because they're missing a guy who at sometimes is their third best player, and at other times you don't even want to see him on the court. So it's a thing where other people will have to step up. Andrew Morgan had a good game against Maryland last time. Braxton Mia had 7 really important minutes at the end of the first half that kind of helped Nebraska out, even though his plus minus didn't look great in that moment. I think that this is where Fred Hoiberg has done a really nice coaching job this year. We'll have to dig deep and see if he can get more of these role guys to step up into critical situations. You need Bryce to be Bryce and Juwan to be Juwan. I'll say this: if Nebraska goes 1-3 across these 4 games, it would have more to do with other things than just not having, Burke on the court. Like, my expectation is for them to go 2-2 or better, which is maybe unfair, but they've rewritten how we feel about the season so many different times. It wouldn't be unusual for us to have that next step too. But I think they're playing really well right now, and I think they're going to have success over these next 4 games.
Yeah.
Schaefer, I know you got to run, but I did see today on MLB Network that Bill Nye, the science guy of all people, picked the Guardians to win the World Series. So I assume this means we're back to ignoring the science.
Yeah, I wonder what metrics would be used to arrive on this conclusion, because
I'm guessing he's a fan. Is he a fan of the Guardians?
The offseason, the biggest things that have happened this offseason are they re-signed a 38-year-old, not really re-signed, but I guess he's been there 2 different times before. So re-signed a 38-year-old Carlos Santana for a nostalgia tour. I'm sure that's going to go really well at first base. They traded 2 of their best 3 hitters. So they still have Jose Ramirez, but they don't have a whole lot behind him. In Andres Jimenez, who's now in Toronto, and Josh Naylor in Arizona. They're spending less money than they did a year ago, which, if you remember, they made it to the ALCS, and they're rewarding the fan base by putting a worse product potentially out there. Most of the prognostication systems have them somewhere between 82 and 77 wins, which doesn't scream World Series unless you're the 2006 Cardinals. And, nobody wants to relive that. So I'm fascinated what Bill Nye would know that no one else does, but I think there's a lot of things that Bill Nye knows that nobody else does. So
fair.
Yeah, we'll put our trust in it, and we'll see where that goes.
Mike Schaefer says, "Trust the science." Guardians 2025.
Go Guardians.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, we appreciate it. Thanks as always every single week joining us live.
Yeah, well, happy to do it. And anytime we can all do a show from the comfort of our own houses. I mean, how about
Isn't it
that?
great?
The weather doesn't even have to affect us anymore.
No. We don't have seasonal affective disorder at all. We're all at home, comfortable. You, me, Josh, Nick.
Yep, all of us.
I want to ask for my own personal statistics. Is that the first time someone's made a execution joke about horse racing and special teams all combined together?
Yeah.
John has made horse execution jokes before, but he's never related it to special teams.
But you see, it was the joke combined with the instant visual of, okay, what, small town Nebraska cafe will the horse ambulance pull up next to? And Foley is underneath the sheet.
Just having a slice of pie.
All right, Shay, take care.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Bye, Shay.
There he is, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. It did. It hit me funny. I'm sorry. It's just.
Hey, it's Nick. Hey, Nick. What's going on?
Oh, hey, Nick. Nick. Oh, what have you done with your home? It looks
gorgeous.
Like a radio studio.
Yeah, I wanted to make it look like a studio because I'm here so much anyway. I figure I might as well make my office look like
Marta Baton. Nick's got the Marta Baton.
Great idea.
Why didn't we do that with our photos last year? We should have had Nick holding a baton in his hand. That would have been a great graphic.
I tried to find a baton, but they don't just sell those at Target, it turns out.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, Josh is a runner. They have batons all the time. Just steal one.
Yeah, go to your running convention and take a baton, Josh.
Yeah.
Take a baton. Okay.
Why don't you do that as a fundraiser for your run? Get a
Here
bunch
you go,
of
Nick.
Josh batons.
From Amazon, Nick. $4.99 for one or $14.39 for four.
Is it the plastic batons or is it the ones that have like that nice metal finish? I like
it's
those.
The nice metal finish. It looks very good. Oh,
and
man,
they're
this would be
only
so good for Pitt.
$4.99.
John, you can get four of them for $14.39. 10% off in a bunch of different colors. Oh man, we should actually do this.
We should get zone color batons.
Are running batons like golf balls? You're always losing them. What's up? I mean, you should only
It's
need
a piece
one.
of metal. What do you mean? What are you doing?
You only need one.
No, you buy it for like a whole event, for a whole track and field event. There are multiple teams, John. It's not just one team running.
I understand that, but don't teams bring their own batons?
No.
I think so. I don't know. Maybe it's for practicing. I don't know,
should.
John.
I don't remember
They
if we did
should.
that in high school or if they were provided.
I'm sure they were provided.
I would think every team would have their own baton because maybe it's a certain color. They like to decorate it like football helmets, or maybe it's got a certain grip, a certain feel. Are there rules? Are there regulations?
You don't want them to start
for
putting pine tar
batons?
on the batons, John. This is a whole regulatory issue.
I
Sports
got
bet, get mad all over again.
Sports question. I am actually going to ask a serious sports question about an event that is not a sport.
Wow.
Running.
Wow.
Do the batons for the relay events have to be a certain diameter, shape, weight? Do they, like golf balls, all the golf balls got to pass the test. Footballs, unless you're Tom Brady and they get deflated, they got to pass certain tests. Do the running batons for the relay events have to be of some regulation?
I think regulation baton just made the band name list.
Nice. First of all, John, good work
I
by
am
you.
genuinely curious. I have shocked myself with
By caring about track and field.
About something that I abhor.
I'm guessing the answer to that, John, is yes. There does have to be an evenness to everything. The same weight, the same height, the same width, all those things. But also, I'm looking again at Amazon, and all the batons are essentially the same size. So I'm guessing that there is just a normal size for batons.
Right. But if a team decided, hey, I'd like a longer baton. I'd like a less girthy baton.
You wouldn't want a longer one. It's going to get in the way with the wind.
Not necessarily. Imagine the longer handoffs. Longer baton, longer handoffs.
Then you're running with a lightsaber in your hand.
And you can maybe if your elbow, you get to that George Costanza thing where the elbow's moving and all of a sudden you whack the guy in the next lane and you win the race.
Yeah, hard to argue with you there, John.
Track and field.
It's a wonder why you weren't good at track and field.
It's a wonder. Well,
it's a wonder.
It is a wonder. When you see me run, it is a wonder why I was better at track and field. By the way, it's your chance to win $1,000, which would buy a lot of regulation running batons.
Nice.
With the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway. Or maybe it should be called the Get Your Batons Together giveaway. Either way, register online for your chance to win at 1620thezone.com.
All right, friends, I'm back. Hello. Oh. Let's see. Aaron and Papillion says, hello. Baymon writes, Jack, my favorite part of Mondays. Baymon, it is time to make an announcement. Jack is now a Friday regular. Jack will be on Friday afternoon, same time, 2:50. Maybe certainly for the foreseeable future, but it actually could be forever if it fits his schedule better. He's got stuff going on. Can't remember what it is. I think something with his daughter that he has to like take her somewhere on Mondays. But yeah, he will be a Friday regular moving forward. So that should be fun. Also, I just realized we had that long conversation on the show when Michael was in, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't know, about finding an old segment. There were two things that I needed to look for: the newspaper and then the podcast segment about the flowers. And I think, okay, wow, I have so many old segments on my computer. Oh, there it is. Look at that. It's titled Segment 11, Flowers. All right, I'm going to have to send this out. Look at what I found. Wow. And I realized I forgot to go look. I think I have the newspaper when I did the... And if you didn't listen to the show yesterday, you're probably like, what are you talking about, Josh? I'm fairly certain that the newspaper, when Mitch Sherman interviewed me when I was in college, I think I actually have it here. Let's see.
Welcome back, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, and zonetv.live. All the places where you can find the Grum.
John, we have an answer to your question if you want to know what it is.
Oh, the question about the batons.
Yes, indeed.
Do the batons that are used in a relay running event have to be of the same regulation? Are they treated like balls or hockey pucks, where they have to be a certain size, a certain weight, etc.?
Let's go to the phone line, the unsponsored phone line, where Derek awaits, and Derek is the head coach at St. Mary's here in town. Derek, hello, how are you?
No, not too bad. Not too bad at all. I got to answer a couple of your questions. Number one, no, the venue does not provide you with a baton. you do have to bring your own.
Told you, Josh, and you think you're of running.
Yeah, I don't know why you would need to buy any more than one, but yeah. And then no, they're all the same weight. Every baton is the same weight.
Do they weigh it, Derek? When you guys get there, do they check it out?
No. No, it's not like a shot or a disc where they do weigh, but no, they do not weigh your baton relay.
Interesting.
So would there be an advantage to a heavier or a lighter baton?
Well, lighter one, but obviously, yes, give you a huge advantage. But I mean, it's not. They're all standard, so.
So maybe it's time to take the batons from your team, take them in. They probably don't have shop class anymore. They gave that up when I was still going to school. But take them into the shop class and shave them down a little bit, make them a little bit lighter. You could shave a couple of tenths off the time.
I suppose you could.
Well, I appreciate the answer. I was always, it's one of those things I didn't know. They are the same size, but there's nothing in the rules.
No, there isn't. But you'd be amazed how many rules there are for track and field, even with the relays. That's pretty crazy.
Give me just what, how like in football, there's the chance for the odd 1 point safety. Give me an obscure just. Why is this rule in the rule book about track and field?
Yeah, there's way too many, but I suppose I could give you what most people don't, even track coaches, I suppose, don't know.
Okay.
If you drop the baton and it goes off the track, you can still legally, you wouldn't be disqualified unless you took an angle that gave you an unfair advantage. So a lot of people think, and even athletes think, if you drop the baton, you're automatically disqualified. That is not the case.
And so you don't need to go pick it up?
You can go pick it up as long as you come straight back on the track in like a perpendicular
90-degree angle.
Okay.
Yep.
So you'd have to just go straight over there, grab it, and then straight back onto the track and keep running.
Assuming you don't run into anybody. Now, if you hit somebody, then it's a disqualification. But
interesting.
Okay. You see the oddities, and then of course, because everything's got replay, we'll have the referees go to the replay monitor to see. Well, did they actually come back on the track at the proper angle? Oh no, his foot was outside here. See, now we're creating problems. We don't need more problems. Less replay,
correct.
More.
I agree.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the answer.
Thanks, Derek.
You bet.
And there it is, baton talk.
Look at that, talking track. What was the segment, John? The Run and Wrestling Connection. Is it back now
Run
again?
And Wrestling Connect. Yeah, no, I guess.
Quick, John, do a wrestling thing.
I don't have anything.
Nothing. Wow.
Royal
Tough
Rumble
look for
was
wrestling.
The Royal Rumble was last week.
Was it any good?
Or that was actually 2 weeks ago. It was okay. It was fine.
Okay.
It was okay. There you go. The Run and Wrestling Connection. It's perfect. Perfect timing. Well, now we know that the Marta baton, now we can make the Marta baton whatever we want.
That's true.
I'm surprised more schools haven't taken advantage of making it lighter.
Of shaving it down?
Yeah, shave it down.
They are pretty light. I was in, John, I did a relay last summer, and the baton that I had was pretty light. So I think they set them up that way. Very, very light.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we'll take a look back at last night and what went down. And still to come, and by the way, we do have a poll question that's going to lead into a topic we're going to discuss here in a little bit. Should Title IX apply to revenue sharing? The U.S. Department of Education rescinded the U.S. Department of Education's own order from just a few weeks ago that Title IX would apply to revenue sharing in college sports, meaning equal opportunity for men and women to earn the same amount of money. That order has now been rescinded. We've never really discussed the idea of should it be. We've discussed how it might be and how it might impact things, but we've never actually discussed should it apply. So if you want to vote, check it out on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC.com and at USC1620.com, and we will discuss here in just a few minutes. We'll be back, have more. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. But now is a great time to contact your home improvement company at 402-764-1720 and learn about how you can get windows for half price. An unbeatable deal, 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Energy savings, upgrade, get those triple pane, energy efficient windows, keeps the cold air out and keeps those leaks from happening. Plus, you're going to see a difference in both comfort and savings on your energy bill, and they look fantastic. They're built with top quality materials right here in the USA. And there's easy financing offers with no money down, no interest, and no payments until 2026. So upgrading your windows with your home improvement company has never been easier. Call them today at 402-764-1720. Schedule a free in-home consultation. This is limited time offer, so get on it right now. Let me repeat. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Call 402-764-1720 right now. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Or visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So don't wait. Call today. 402-764-1720 and love the difference. Well, Liam McNeely, who sounds like a name of an actor who was on Game of Thrones, pretty much Ned Stark Creighton's win streak last night, almost single-handedly.
Incredible performance.
38 points, 23 in the second half. And the Blue Jays, which at one point had a 14-point lead, end up falling 70-66. It was a a dramatic turnaround given how things were going, especially in that middle to late stretch of the first half when Creighton went on I think it was a 12-1 or a 13-1 run. I don't remember the exact number, 13-2, where they got out to that 14-point lead. The energy in the building was crazy. And, even that 6-0 finish to the first half by UConn, you acknowledge that, well, it's a shame. You could have gone in with a double-digit lead. Instead, it's going to be only 8 points. But it didn't feel like it was a momentum switcher. There were a couple of possessions where Jemiah missed a shot underneath the basket that looked like it was going to go in, and Ty Davis, who I thought, could have been an unsung hero last night, playing as many minutes he did for Stephen Ashworth, and he was on the floor for the entirety of that first half run that got Creighton out to the 14-point lead because of foul trouble. He had a three that, it was on the money and must have just had a little too much spin on the ball, and it spun out. So it didn't really feel like, oh, okay, here we go again. But then you get to the second half, and I know one thing that was discussed yesterday as we previewed this game was this game going to show the grind? Was this game going to be an indication that, this stretch where Creighton has played at least every 2 or 3 days for the last month, was it finally going to catch up to them? And when the theory, at least the one that I had, and I did ask about it last night, and Coach Mack and Stephen Ashworth, who we had on the postgame show, didn't really buy into it. But my thought, as I was thinking about this, was all this energy, great energy in the building last night. You get out to that big lead. You go into the locker room with some momentum. But then you go to the locker room and you sit there for almost 15 minutes. And everything kind of comes, you decompress a little bit. And then you got to get yourself back and going, so the teams come back out. They shoot around for a couple of minutes. Then the second half begins. And whether or not that combined with UConn really taking the aggressive tact. The fact that they had 8 fouls before Creighton had 1. Say what you want about whether or not the whistle was right, wrong, or indifferent. It was an indicator to me that the Huskies really went after it. The very first possession, 2 offensive rebounds, and they had 9 in the second half. They really ramped up the intensity, and there was a good stretch there where it just didn't feel like Creighton was ready for it.
100%.
And because of that, the game flipped. Then McNeely took over. And I thought last night was the type of game that was for shot makers, guys that could create their own shot. Last night would have been a great game for a Baylor Shireman who could create something off his own bounce. One of the weaknesses in Creighton this year is their shot creators are usually guys that either have to get their action in transition when it's a broken floor, or it has to come through, the plays and the sets that they run. With UConn last night, it wasn't so much what they were running. It was just get McNeely the ball and see what he can create. And he did. And Creighton did not have the counter to that. And really, they don't have that kind of counter.
It's not that type of team this year.
Yeah, it's just not that way. And last night, because of how things were going and how things were developing, would have been a good night for a guy like, for example, a Baylor Shireman who could create something off his own and kind of break the momentum that UConn had. And, you tip your hat to them. I said yesterday that UConn, this was an urgency game. They needed to play with urgency because their regular season hopes are dwindling. And it was a must-win game. And I thought, especially in the second half, they were the urgent team last night.
Yeah, a couple things off of what you just said. First of all, I definitely thought that the fatigue showed in the second half. I think with those second chance opportunities, when UConn went up 60-52, which was their largest lead of the game, right? 8 points.
Yes.
They showed a stat that it was 10-0 in terms of second chance points. UConn was able to add another 3 over the course of the remaining minutes, and Creighton never was able to get one. So they outscored them 13-0 on the second chance points. They outscored them by 12 points in the second half overall, and they had that run. As you mentioned, it was 14-2 for Creighton, but then UConn has that 13-0 run that sweeps the end of the first half in the first few minutes of the second. And so suddenly, I mean, it was wild how fast and how slow the game seemed to change. Fast in that in over the course of basketball minutes, it flipped, and what was a large lead suddenly was 1 point. But in terms of raw time, because of the break, it ended up being this kind of slow run. And so I thought that fatigue, I thought it showed itself. And the reason, honestly, that I asked it yesterday, it was more that it was because it was something that was talked about by McDermott and by the players in the lead up to the game. And so, I'm someone who, I hear a coach or a player, if they're talking about something like that, it's like, oh, interesting. Maybe it's on their mind. Just like, the old adage of if a player starts talking about retirement, their mind is already gone. That said, they still fought back after they got down by 8. They very much had some chances. They just, every time it got really close again, they would have the ball and they would, miss a shot. There was a couple of moments where it's like both teams just traded brick on both sides. Yep. We mentioned it. UConn was going to have their backs up against the wall. I thought that showed itself. To come back from the large amount of points that they were down on the road in a hostile environment, in a place that they had never won, which, was mentioned on the broadcast quite a few times last night. Very impressive win by a program that is obviously not as good as they were the last 2 years, but still has that kind of championship mindset that, a program like UConn is going to have.
Well, and Hurley mentioned it after the game. McNeely is that UConn type player that they were missing. And, he brought the attitude and, one of those give me the ball type of guys. And, this was my first chance to see him in person because he did not play in the first game. Very impressive. I mean, he doesn't look like a freshman from his body. He doesn't play like a freshman. He doesn't act like a freshman. He is a really, really good basketball player. And if it weren't for the 7 games that he missed, you wonder, what the standings would look like right now.
Sure.
And you also wonder about, where his prospects are for postseason honors. He'll be the freshman of the year in the Big East. Heck, he may even, make some people's first team all conference if he can continue and finish out strong here. But he is everything that was advertised, and I'm sure there are a lot of folks that are hoping that he is a one and done type player, because I think he is. I think he can be, absolutely. I mean, he's shown up on a lot of draft boards, and it would not surprise me if this were his only year. But just a really, really incredible performance. And then
first Big East freshman to drop 35 or more in a conference game since 2007. I mean, like that was the best.
It was the best performance by a UConn freshman in at least 30 years.
Incredible,
according to the folks. Back on the Creighton side for a moment, it was another one of those games where, and I think this is where sometimes Creighton gets caught. It's when. And I don't think they were doing anything particularly special to neutralize Kalkbrenner. In fact, they played a lot of the game without either of their 2 primary bigs because both Johnson and Reed were in foul trouble. But it was one of those games where, because of how it was going and the momentum that was switching and maybe, getting into their heads just a little bit, where they just lost sight of Ryan Kalkbrenner, who only took 9 shots last night. 5 of 9, and especially in a situation where, I don't think Connecticut was doing anything unique or complex to take him out. I think the Jays just missed him on occasion. Maybe we're, caught up in other things that they weren't looking for him fast enough or in the right place. And there were a few times last night. There were only 10 turnovers, which, for some teams isn't great, but for this Creighton team is not bad.
Yeah.
There were a few times last night where they missed him on some spots, and maybe that got into some folks' head about, I don't want to make that mistake. We're struggling shooting the ball right now, so the last thing we want to do is make a turnover, and so maybe some of that was at play last night, but they really missed, I thought, some opportunities in the second half to try to get Ryan Kalkbrenner's fingerprints on this game, and at the very least get him to the free throw line. If he couldn't score, at least get him to the foul line, because they were certainly drawing a lot of fouls last night. But for the Blue Jays, it's now regroup and get ready for St. John's. Unfortunately, if St. John's wins tonight, first place will not be on the line on Sunday, because St. John's will be up 2 games on CU for first place. Should Villanova win tonight, then it'd be back to a one game lead, and thus there would be some first place implications. But I'll be curious to see how they respond. It's been a while since they've lost. There were some hallmarks of this loss that were eerily similar to the loss at Marquette. The fact that they got beat in the middle 8 like they did in Milwaukee. The fact that Stephen Ashworth was only 1 for 8 from the field, had his first game this year where he didn't make a 3. Very reminiscent of Marquette. And, it was and a game, where Creighton blew, a lead at the end of the first half and could have taken some more momentum into the locker room. When we continue.
A light topic.
Oh, yes, definitely a light topic. U.S. Department of Education turned back an order from just a few weeks ago. They had a change of heart. It has to do with Title IX and revenue sharing. And we've not really asked the question, should revenue sharing in college sports be tied to Title IX? We'll explain, and we'll get your thoughts. 402-951-1620. You can also email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com into the Equitable Bank inbox. And we'll have that and more as we continue here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. Oh, Nick, you're going to be excited. Day late for this, but the Big Ten preseason baseball poll is out.
Let's go.
And as per usual, we don't rank every team in the Big Ten because we're the Big Ten and we do Big Ten-y things.
So
Instead,
stupid.
we only rank 6 teams.
It's an 8. Well, how many teams play baseball? 17? It's a 17 or is it 16? I can't remember if all the West Coast schools play.
They do.
They all do, right?
17, yeah.
Dumb.
USC, number 6.
Oh.
Michigan, number 5. UCLA, number 4. Indiana, no Kyle Schwarber, number 3.
No.
Number 2, Nebraska.
Interesting.
Number 1, Oregon.
Yep, there it is.
That makes sense.
3 of the top 6 are of the newbies.
I'm pretty high on Oregon in the Big Ten this season.
Are you? How come?
I think they have a really solid baseball program.
They do. Okay. Yeah.
see them.
I'm not going to argue with you there, Nick. I didn't know if there was like a player or something that you thought was really good.
I mean, I'm going to dig more into it as the season goes on, but I could see Oregon being the Big Ten team that makes it to the College World Series. I famously predicted that would happen.
You did. That's true.
Well, today, the U.S. Department of Education has changed course in the dying days of the Biden administration. They put out a ruling that Title IX, which is, of course, the 50-year-old federal law that requires, at least from a college perspective, it covers a lot of things, but from college, that equal opportunity be given to both males and females when it comes to scholarships. And how, of course, it has been applied over the years is if you've got 50% of your female population at school who is female, then 50% of the scholarships should also be for women. And it's a big part of the reason why over the last 50 years, you've seen the growth of and the sponsorship of a lot more women's sports. And it's also led to things like reducing scholarships for men's sports or cutting some men's sports in order to get in line with Title IX. So that is the guts
basic breakdown.
The basic breakdown. But now we have revenue sharing. And revenue sharing, which is part of the unsettlement, which will shortly be the law of the land, or at least the policy in the NCAA, where now schools can share revenues with their players. Now, part of the thing that's frustrating me about this, and I don't mean to get off on too much of a tangent, everybody is still calling it NIL. Even the NCAA is calling it NIL.
Real quick, when you say that, you're talking about the eventual the pay-for-play.
Revenue share. I'm talking about
that's not NIL. That is pay-for-play. They just don't want to call them employees.
Refer to it that way. They still refer to it that way. Now, of course, they don't want to call it paying athletes because then that implies that they are employees.
Why don't they just call it revenue sharing? Just call it revenue sharing.
Exactly. Call it revenue sharing. This is call it super stipend. Remember stipend?
Honestly, John, you are not wrong.
Not NIL.
Like you said, it's besides the point, and we don't need to get into the semantics. But you are right. This is definitely not NIL though. This is not name, image, likeness.
And the reason why it's important, I think, is because it confuses the issue. Because NIL, as it currently exists, which is through these collectives, is still going to be a thing.
Correct. It is not getting banned.
There's still going to be collectives. There's still going to be the opportunities for athletes to endorse products or, sign autographs for compensation, which will come from, in some cases, outside sources. That is NIL. If you want to look at it from a professional standpoint, Patrick Mahomes draws a salary from the Kansas City Chiefs. He gets money from State Farm to do those commercials.
And that's his NIL.
And that's really his NIL because he is selling his name, his image, his likeness to promote a product. All right.
Correct.
Enough of that.
Anyway, yeah.
So today, and here is the statement from the U.S. Department of Education. NIL guidance. I'm just going to read it as it's written.
I know. Just keep reading it. Let's not argue about it anymore.
I'm editorializing. I'm just going to read it as it is written.
You got this,
The
John.
NIL guidance rammed through by the Biden administration in its final days is overly burdensome, profoundly unfair, and goes well beyond what agency guidance is intended to achieve. Without a credible legal justification, the Biden administration claimed that NIL agreements between schools and student athletes are akin to financial aid and must, therefore, be proportionally distributed between male and female athletes under Title IX. Enacted over 50 years ago, Title IX says nothing about how revenue-generating athletics programs should allocate compensation among student athletes. The claim that Title IX forces schools and colleges to distribute student-athlete revenues proportionately based on gender equity considerations is sweeping and would require clear legal authority to support it. That does not exist. Accordingly, the Biden NIL guidance is rescinded. And that was the official statement today. So we are back to where we were a few weeks ago, and that is that the revenue share will be distributed as the schools see fit. And remember, you get up to about $20.5 million, which is all based on a formula about revenues. And that is call it the salary cap. That's the pool that schools, and by the way, like a salary cap in professional sports, not everyone has to meet the $20.5 million. Some could do less. It's just that $20.5 million is the cap, the top end. But they have that opportunity now to distribute those funds as they see fit. And a lot of schools, and I'm spitballing here because I don't have hard numbers in front of me, but I believe I've seen in some places where you've got your typical football team will probably get 75 to 80% of the rev share.
Yep.
Split amongst its players, maybe another 10 or 15% to men's basketball. And then depending on if you have other revenue generating sports, like AKA Nebraska has volleyball, the remaining 10 or 15% would be shared among all other athletes based on whatever formula. But that's the rough sketch of how schools are going to use this money. And because of this new guideline by the Department of Education, the schools can do it as they see fit, and it won't be subject to Title IX.
Which again, that's how I was operating. Everyone has been operating under the assumption that you could use $22.5 million, that you could use that money.
20 and a half.
That you could use the 20 and a half as you saw fit. And so, John, when you just brought up some of those numbers, 75%, like some of the original things that I always saw was, 12 to 15 million for football, and then kind of figure it out from there at a school like a Nebraska or a Georgia or an Alabama, an Ohio State, one that puts more, time and effort and money into football. And then they would figure it out otherwise. And so I think ultimately we have just circled back to what the expectation was, in December before this announcement came down on that, whatever weekday that was, because I remember we were on the air when it happened.
So we've never really, we've discussed, what the impact would be if the original Biden administration ruling stood pat, how that might impact things. But we've never really discussed, should Title IX be a part of revenue share? Should Title IX or should revenue share follow Title IX guidelines? Because when you think about it, scholarships, that is subject to Title IX. Financial aid, that is subject to Title IX. But revenue share, which is coming from the same institution, isn't.
Again, real quick, let's go back to that statement.
That's correct.
Let's go back to that statement just for a moment. It mentions at one point in time that it was never a part of the original agreement, because I'm trying to remember the exact verbiage that it used, but it's basically like, a player getting, I'm going to use my own words now, a player getting paid was not a part of the original Title IX agreement. To which I would say, yeah, of course it wasn't, because it's only until now when you are actually able, the university is actually able to pay players. They were not employees. They will still not be employees technically, right? So there's a world where if players, let's say that when college sports existed, you could always make some sort of money and the institution was always paying you. Title IX, in theory, would have also covered that. But because athletes have never been paid until now directly from the university. That's where it changes up, because they're right. They can hide behind, what do you mean? It wasn't in the original agreement. It's like, yeah, of course it wasn't, because it was the 70s and you didn't allow for players to make money off of their NIL until 2021, let alone, 1984.
Yeah, the direct statement or sentence from the statement, Title IX says nothing about how revenue-generating athletics programs should allocate compensation among student athletes.
Exactly,
So
and the answer to that is obviously, of course, because they weren't able to get paid money, by the universities themselves.
So I'm guessing, based on the fact that this logic, do you believe that Title IX should apply to revenue share?
I've never thought that it should, just because this is about the dollars and cents that the sport earns, and thus, the percentage cut that is going to go to the athletes to, playing football is more valuable than baseball, and I know that I don't mean to just compare a male to a male sport, but I mean, I think that is a nice entrance into the discussion. A football player on campus is more valuable than a baseball player on campus. A football player on campus is more valuable than every sport that is on campus. And so if we are talking about actual revenue sharing, then that's what you're supposed to do with it, right? Like baseball players don't get some of football. And I know that, maybe I shouldn't go with cross sport in terms of NFL versus Major League Baseball or something, but it's like the sport is worth what the sport is worth. Football programs carry athletic departments, and they always have. Nebraska's football department is why the athletic department is as successful as it is, even though the football program has been bad for so many years, right? So it's like, I've always been operating under that, because when you're talking about dollars and cents, like, I don't really think that, are we talking about fairness, or are we talking about what a program brings into the university? I think that we should be talking about the latter.
For the longest time, and I can remember these arguments going back 30 years, especially as we started to see the impact on football programs. And, we went from unlimited scholarships to 105 to 95 to 85. And then we were also seeing, some men's sports being cut, was that, well, we're doing this. We're doing this for equality. We're doing this to give women more opportunities. And the argument against was, well, but the football program makes more money. So why shouldn't why shouldn't more of the football program's money go towards the football program, AKA the scholarships?
Yeah.
So this similar argument has been used. It was used many years ago. And so going through that lens, that prism, my initial thought was revenue share should be subject to Title IX, because as I have always maintained, getting a scholarship is like getting paid.
Yes.
It's a valuable property. It's a very valuable property. It's worth, in many cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It may not be raw cash. It may not be a paycheck, but it is paying for something. It is a good that is being traded for a service. So in essence, it is being paid. And so if the payment of scholarship was good enough for Title IX, and it's coming from the same place, why shouldn't the revenue share?
Well,
now,
then
that's my initial using logic thought.
So my quick retort to that would be, okay, well then why does Greg McDermott make more than Kirsten Bernthal Booth?
They're not students.
But why does this only apply to the students then? Why does revenue and revenue sharing only apply to the athletes but not the coaches? That doesn't seem fair to Coach Booth if her players are going to make the same as the basketball players, but McDermott's not.
But remember, Title IX is about opportunity, and Title IX has never dictated that if you have 50% female population, you have to spend 50% of your money on women's athletics. It was just about scholarships. So
that's true. Because
So,
like football money
obviously,
there is
so
more
you're
football
spending
money
more
regardless.
for a good basketball coach versus a volleyball coach.
Yeah.
That's probably that's the reason why. Now, going back to what I was saying, logically, I was saying, hey, if Title IX can apply to scholarships, it should also apply to rev share. So I asked a question. We put up a poll question on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Just a simple yes/no question. Should rev share be subject to Title IX equality? 71% say no. Only 29% say yes. So they believe it should not be distributed equally between male and female athletes. Here's some of the responses, and as I read through some of these, this is where my thoughts, were changing. Matt writes, equality as in dollar for dollar, certainly not. Every women's program except Nebraska volleyball loses money. If you wanted to say all profitable programs should get an equal percentage of their program's profits, then I would not have a problem with that. BJ, Title IX was set up for equal opportunity, which they have, they meaning the athletes. It does not guarantee equal outcomes. If their sport produces a larger revenue, then they should get a bigger piece of the pie. Women's volleyball, Nebraska women's volleyball is a good example.
Yeah, it's a great example.
Sports can generate revenue. And so,
hey, real quick, John, I'm just going to say, like, along those lines, Creighton men's basketball or Nebraska football, they travel in a much different way than softball, than
baseball,
track and field. Yeah. I have been in the airport, and I have seen athletes of the a sport that does not generate revenue or loses money. I've never been at the airport and seen a group of athletes that do generate a larger amount of revenue. I've never seen a men's basketball team at an airport. I've seen baseball. I've seen softball. I've seen men. I've seen women. Yeah, that's true. But
occasionally we do. Occasionally we do. But yeah, because that was going to be my next point, was that, the revenue share, the revenue generating sports usually take care of their athletes a little bit better. They stay
much better.
Hotels. They travel a little bit better. They're not flying commercial.
Correct.
We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, with all those ACC schools on the West Coast who are having to fly commercial for women's volleyball, and how disruptive that was. Meanwhile, the football team was chartering. So yes, using that, and that goes back to BJ's point. It was set up for equal opportunities, Title IX, but not equal outcomes. And so because of that, I tend to lean towards no. Rev share should not be subject to Title IX because it is sharing the revenues that are coming in to the university. The revenues in the revenue generating sports are bringing in more revenue. Thus, those sports should get a bigger piece of the pie.
Yeah. Michael Severus texted in to the show. He says, we interviewed Jeff Orleans years ago. He was one of the people who wrote the original Title IX document. He told us then that it's about scholarship and athletic equity. It is not about financial equity. And again, part of that, of course, is just going to be because they weren't getting paid. But to go back to the points we were just making, the football team is going to travel and they're going to get, lavished with a lot of things that the track and field team is not, because they bring in a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, if one of the original authors of Title IX is saying it, this is about opportunity. This is not about, because remember, the scholarship is an opportunity for a free education. You don't usually go to most places. I mean, if you're going to places to make a profit, you're going there to work. But and that was really at the heart of this statement, was it says nothing about revenue generating athletics programs that should allocate compensation among student athletes. And so I think at the end of the day, this is the right way to go about it. Now, again, what will be interesting is how schools decide to do this, because there is no set formula. Hey, if school X wants to be,
they could give all of their money in theory to football.
They could.
Kentucky could get all of its money in theory to basketball.
They could. They probably won't, but they could, and it puts it in the auspices of the schools. Now, what that allows you the opportunity for is maybe, especially for some of those other sports, an opportunity for recruiting advantages. If, for example, Nebraska volleyball, and this could be said too with traditional NIL, obviously, if you come to school at Nebraska and you're a volleyball player, you're going to have opportunities to endorse things or gain traditional NIL maybe more than other places. But you can also, if for example, Nebraska allocates more of its rev share to volleyball, that's a recruiting advantage that maybe other schools who have decided to go with a lower percentage decide not to. It's all
in
about,
a way, John, it is the new version of facilities. This is now going to be, instead of building places with waterfalls for some reason or slides, now you will say, look, we put 20% of our rev share money towards this sport. And if you were to go to Kentucky, they only do 10%. And so you're going to be able to make a whole lot more money with us than you would be able to make it with them because, and here's the way they'll say, we prioritize you. We prioritize your sport. And I bet, Nebraska is going to be such an interesting test case in this, John, because a lot of schools care about football. A lot of schools care about basketball. A lot of schools care about football and basketball. How many schools care about football and basketball, but then volleyball actually might be ahead of basketball? Nebraska is in a unique spot in that they want to be great at football. They are great at volleyball. I don't know how they really feel about basketball, but like volleyball does matter. It matters quite a bit. And so how much money do they decide to pour into that?
It also makes for an interesting test case for Big East schools because really all of your Big East schools, with the exception of UConn, don't have big boy football. And thus their revenue generating sport is men's basketball. And they could, now they all run on smaller budgets generally than Power Football 4 conferences do. So the odds of a Big East school going full revenue share, going up to $20.5 million, I'm guessing is probably low. I could be wrong. But it could, if you had the money, Creighton could have $20.5 million to distribute among its 12 varsity sports, with a lot of that, the lion's share, going to basketball, which could give them an advantage over a
Ohio
football
State
4 school like an Ohio State, who's going to have to shell out 75 to 80% of its $20 million towards
think
football.
about, John, who has the most sports? Is it Stanford? They have a ton of sports.
Stanford.
Think about a Stanford. Ohio State has a lot of sports. Think about it's an excellent point. When we're wondering, what does Nebraska do with football and volleyball and basketball and baseball? Okay, what does a school do if they have double the sports of Nebraska? What does a school do if they have half that number, like a Creighton, for example?
There was a document that went out today. This was a chart that went out to all NCAA member schools outlining, and I think this is just a nice synopsis real briefly of how this is all going to work. So this is an outline of what it means if you are opting in. We'll blow this up a little bit, but this is the full document. We'll zoom in here and give you an idea of what this means. So in the front paragraph, this applies to all Division I schools. They are permitted but not required to provide new benefits. They call it NIL payments. We'll call it rev share for ease of understanding. For schools that opt in, each school may determine the level of benefits to provide up to the limit set forth in the settlement. So that's the sentence that really is in there in response to today's ruling by the Department of Education. For schools that opt in, each school may determine the level of benefits to provide up to the limit set forth. So they can spend their 20.5 however they choose. There's some other bullet points. The other one is that all student athletes must report third-party NIL deals worth $600 or over. That's the thing that the collectives are really kind of fighting right now and perhaps taking to court. Here's what happens. So to determine whether your school opts in, if your school is opting in this scenario, your school is bound by new roster sizes and should determine which benefits it will provide to student athletes. So continue to step 2. This is like doing your taxes. Move to step 2.
Oh, fun.
Determine the level of benefits your school provides to student athletes. Examples of opting in. Your school provides educational incentives and graduation bonuses to student athletes in addition to existing Alston payments capped at $5,980. Your school does not provide any additional benefits or scholarships, but wants the flexibility to provide additional benefits or scholarships during an academic year. Another option, your school exceeds the equivalency maximum in any sport in the Division I 2024-25 rules manual, or your school provides direct NIL payments to student athletes. So those are different examples of how you can opt in to the settlement. You could bust this. You could bust the roster cap, and that is essentially saying, hey, we're opting in. And under the no column, your school will not provide direct NIL payments to any student athletes. If you don't opt in, your school will not exceed current Division I scholarship limits in any sport. If you don't opt in, your school may provide Alston payments up to $5,980 per college athlete. So those are just some of the areas. It's a lot of mumbo jumbo, but that's how it's going to be. I would anticipate that, all the major.
It'll go to court?
No, not going to court, but all the big boys are going to opt in. All the big boys are going to participate. It's just at what level, to how much they participate, and then how they distribute that money will be the next big question. And then we may find out in future years when we get the financial reports. We'll find out exactly what players are making.
Well, Adam is going to say he thinks it will go to court. He says it's definitely going to be messy the next few years while it gets sorted out in the courts. He says while it's in the courts, some schools will be aggressive in revenue sharing and revenue share how they see fit. Others will be conservative and do an equal revenue sharing. That's an excellent point too. Of if you are worried that this is going to be a fight and it's actually the law of the land today might not be the law of the land in 5 years, are you trying to make sure that you are like doing your due diligence so you don't get in trouble on the back end? And what, and what about other schools that are like, no, this is how it's going to be all the time moving forward. We're not going to change how we operate. We're going to operate under the rules that are being provided to us right now. How Nebraska does it, how Creighton does it. I mean, certainly locally, I'm curious about it. And then I'm just being football pilled. I'm wondering, okay, what does Ohio State do? What does Michigan do? What does Georgia do? What does Bama do? What does LSU do? What are the teams that are consistently playing and competing for national championships? How are they going to operate? And is anybody going to do it differently, like much, much differently? Is there going to be an outlier? And what does that look like? Where 90% of their money's going to football, where they actually are doing equal rev share with every athlete that they have? Like, I'm super interested to see what schools decide to do with all this.
Chris writes into the YouTube comment section with
been wondering that for years.
Athletics departments are facing. At what point do they relegate all Olympic and non-revenue sports, I assume he means, to club and just focus on the revenue? Now, again, you still have to provide the scholarships at an equal basis. So you're still shelling out money for the scholarships.
But not if they're club sports.
Yeah, but if they're club sports, you're still under Title IX for scholarships. So you can't necessarily just throw all of the non-revenue sports, which most of them are women's sports.
Well, I was going to say you could throw out track and field.
What's that?
You could throw out track and field, right? Like how many?
You could, but you still gotta make the scholarship formula work.
Definitely.
So you're still going to have to sponsor some women's sports at that non-club level to offset what you're paying for scholarships for football and men's basketball.
Well, and there are some people in KD.
It could relegate some. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, because and like two things. We have discussed this for years, and essentially, like if you boil down some of these scholarships, you're like, why do they exist? Why do they exist? Why do we have all these sports that don't make money? Because if you were starting a company, if the NCAA was starting now, they would do so many things differently. But one thing they wouldn't do is have a ton of sports that don't make money, because they're kind of doing it out of the goodness of their own heart / tradition, right? History. But the other part of this, and Katie tweeted this at us, and it was in an article today that was written by friend of the Grum, Paula Levine. Katie says Title IX is going to be rescinded. Just wait. And because he was not surprised by this news. And there was a quote from Andrew Zimbalist, who is a economics professor at Smith College. And he added, it's not surprising. There will be an attack on Title IX coming up the next 4 years. And so I think of that quote, what KD said, when I see that comment from Chris, where I mean, things, John, are changing so rapidly right now in terms of what's happening within the government. It would not surprise me if this is something that they look at and say, why are we doing it this way? Why do we have a 50-year-old law on the books? And why is this the law of the land in America? That would not shock me whatsoever. Not shock me whatsoever.
I don't know. I mean, it's been there for a while, and we've been through a lot of Republican administrations, including this one once before. But certainly, I won't rule out the possibility. But at least for the moment, Title IX is here, but it will not apply. It will not apply to revenue sharing. Yeah. Still to come, Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, our final visit of the year. But coming up, a new flavor of Gatorade in Madison. Berry Blast.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
A nice light topic. Rev share and Title IX. What a fun little topic. This is the In Between Show. I'm Josh Peterson. Thanks for hanging out with us. There was 2 texts that came. Well, this listener, Jason, has texted us within the last hour to one topic, is this dumb debates? I don't know what that was to. And then another one to this most recent topic. Is this dumb debates from 40 years ago? Yawn emoji. I don't think Jason likes any of our debates that we have on the Grum. Matthew Wells, are you going by a different name? Because that's a comment that Theo would normally make. Raiola video with baby Gronk, breaking heart emoji. Theo, why did you change your name to Matthew Wells on YouTube? Mike, Jason is not a fan of debates. Yeah, he doesn't like debating at all. Very strange. Theo, nice. You realized you were logged into the wrong account. Very well played. Omaha writes, Olympic sports might be popular in the future. Football may not exist in a few years. Yeah, that would very much surprise me if it didn't exist in a few years. Very much surprise me. Honestly, if football disappears, I don't think that something would ever take its place. I don't think that it would mean like, oh man, that now suddenly basketball or baseball is going to be the most popular sport, or track and field. Like, I don't think football's popularity is because it obviously its popularity is there because it exists, but I think it's because people love it. It gives them something that, no other sports give you. The violence, certainly. It's football's about land acquisition, sports, other sports aren't really like that. So no, I don't think anything will become more popular just because football would be gone. And Mike says,
What is it that you have been saying about Wisconsin football the last 3 or 4 years?
They are in their they're in their Bill Callahan era right now. They are in the era where the knives are coming out from the former players. The Scott Frosts of Wisconsin are saying, maybe I just care too much. An outsider has led them astray. He threw away decades of offensive style to go to a fancy offense that throws here and there. Things are not going very well for the Wisconsin Badgers. not going well.
Well, of course, we all remember fondly during the Bill Callahan era when Tom Osborne would openly speak out when he was on the floor of the U.S. House about how bad things. Oh, wait, he didn't quite do that.
No.
But Barry Alvarez did. This was an appearance recently on ESPN Madison.
This spring practice is important because after having a losing season, there has to be a pride in this team that they want to come back and bounce back and be relevant again. And I don't like it. Nobody likes. I mean, we went a long time. We worked our fannies off to start winning, win championships, and be good, and go to bowl games every year. And damn it, we did it better than everybody for 20-some years after not going for like a million years. And so now these guys have to fight their ass off to get back into that groove. And I hope that they understand that. They've got a responsibility. I don't like where we are right now. They need to bounce back and put this program back where it belongs.
So Barry kind of putting the old school on blast. Not calling out Luke Fickell directly.
Not by name.
Not by name, but saying, man, we gotta get this thing straightened out. I don't like where this thing is going. It's trending in the wrong direction. Normally, you give a coach time and say, well, it's a couple years in, you gotta give him the time to get. No, this thing is trending. He didn't say trending, but he alluded to the fact this thing's trending in the wrong direction. These guys got to play with some pride. You got to put the pride back in Wisconsin football.
First of all, I love fannies as a term to use, working our fannies off. It's a great old guyism. But that part of the quote I thought was the one that jumped out to me the most. We worked our fannies off to start winning, win championships, and be good. Go to bowl games every year. And damn it, we did it better than everyone for 20-some years after not going for like a million years. That idea of we figured it out. We figured it out. Why did you throw away the blueprint? Why aren't you doing it the way that we did? Like, dude, I know that I keep saying it. It's the Bill Callahan era. I remember those debates. I remember former Huskers. And you're right, it wasn't Tom. Tom Osborne wasn't hopping on and be like, hey, they got to do things differently. But I remember former Huskers just basically say, I don't recognize the program anymore. What happened to the Nebraska that I remember? And at that time, it was still so close to the glory days. Callahan's first year was only 7 years removed from the last national title. It was only 5 years removed from the last conference title. It was only 3 years removed from the last time they'd played for a national title. Wisconsin, they last were in the Big Ten championship game, I believe, in 2019. It's not that long ago. It's only 6 years ago. But suddenly it will be. Suddenly it's going to be even further in the rear view. And so I wonder if that fan base is going through exactly what this one did, where you got some people that are like, no, you got to give them a chance. College football's changing. College football's evolving. It's a different sport. And how many are like, no, Barry is right. You have to go back to the old ways. And then, the fun that I always like having is, okay, so who's their Bo? Jim Leonard. Who's their Frost? Russell Wilson. Who are the guys? Who's their Mike Riley? Maybe it's just Mike Riley. He's got ties to what's his name that they fired a couple of years ago. It's not a fun place to be in as a program. And I think that Wisconsin is very much in there right now.
I think one of the biggest differences, though, is, and this isn't saying that Wisconsin doesn't have passionate football fans, but it's not the driving force in that state.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's true.
And so how much of the passion will be there from the fans that comes in the same vein as what you heard from Barry Alvarez and what you've heard from other former Wisconsin players, because that at the end of the day has been the driving force behind Nebraska all these years.
Yep.
It's been the one constant, because at some point a Barry Alvarez, as much as people respect him, an old player, is just going to get to the point of, okay, yeah, we've heard you back in my day, blah, blah, blah. The one constant and the driving force is the fans.
Yep.
Because they're the ones that pay the prices to get into the stadium and support the program. Wisconsin was not well supported back when it sucked. When does that change?
It's a great question.
And how much passion is there from that group of people? And is that group of people being heard? Because that'll get things moving more than any former coach, any former player.
Yep.
Next, our final visit with Mitch Holthus. Next on 1620 The Zone.
J-Man says, nice. Market Josh P. I love fannies. That's a drop. Andrew, this comment destroyed me, Andrew. Love how he progressed from fanny to ass. He's old guy pissed. Yeah, he probably was debating. Should I say asses? Should I say that word? I'm just so damn mad about how Wisconsin's doing right now. Max writes, that just warms your heart, doesn't it? I do hope Badger fans are having a really bad time. Really bad time. I just got a text from somebody that says, finally looking forward to a visit from Mitch. Oh, Mitch. Yeah, how many people are tuning in to hear our final conversation with Mitch Holthus? Mitch Holthus. One final time. I could probably send out a little link to make sure that people know it's coming up. Jordan, I'm sure Stibbs has his popcorn ready. I'm sure he's very excited. Very excited. Oh, man. Can't believe it's mid-February. Mike. Dude, I thought about that today. Mike says, ask him to share his call he was going to make Sunday night if they won. I thought about that when I started prepping for the interview. I wonder what the call was going to be. And did John jinx it by asking?
That's not Mitch's music.
That's not Mitch's music.
Whoa. Did something happen?
Oh, no.
Nick.
Oh, no.
Just got sent a voicemail twice.
No.
I mean, now, in some cases, there is a noisy part of our audience that when this segment hits every Wednesday at 4:30, it's like area code 532 guy. I'm switching. I'm going somewhere else. I can't.
That's true. That's true.
But this is the one day
people wanted to hear from him.
Those people wanted to listen.
I was going to tell Mitch, I was going to say, John says that the dynasty is done and you guys are going straight to hell. Your thoughts, Mitch?
I didn't say the dynasty is done. I said it crested.
But you did say they're going straight to hell.
You did say they're going straight to hell.
Straight to hell.
You didn't deny it. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I never said they were going straight to hell. What are you talking about?
They're definitely not going to heaven, John.
Well, they're not dead.
That's true.
They're not dead.
I did get a text, John, too, during the break that says, finally looking forward to a visit from Mitch. And now that person won't get to hear Mitch.
Was that text from Stibbs?
It was not. It was not. A good guess, though. That's a very good guess, Nick.
I mean, we had a couple of occasions this year where, the phone call didn't go through and then he called us back.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we can hold out hope.
Yeah.
That is what has happened here. Because I genuinely would like to hear some of his thoughts after the game.
Yeah.
And how things went wrong.
Plus, I don't want to reschedule this. I'm ready to not talk about the Super Bowl anymore. So this was hoping to be, for me, the last time that I ever mentioned this football game or even think about it for that matter.
Maybe he's just in the middle of ordering from the Hy-Vee Chinese buffet.
Oh,
Chinese
not the
bars,
Japanese buffet, though, Nick, because that's where you'll be.
Well, they don't have that at Hy-Vee, Josh. It's Hai Chai.
John, as we wait to see if we do or do not have Mitch Holthus on the show today, there was a tweet that came in from our resident Wisconsin Badgers fan about our discussion last segment. He says, this is Kyle. I wasn't in Omaha for Callahan, but I was here for Bo on, and my friends sound a lot like Husker fans of that era. We are split. I, for one, was bummed it wasn't Leonard, but was also excited to take a chance to step up. We weren't winning anything, even under Bielema. See, now, I will disagree with that. Bielema had more success than any of Nebraska's coaches since Tom Osborne. He won the league multiple times. He went to 3 straight Rose Bowls. 3.
Yeah.
In the Big Ten. So I'll disagree with that. They won the conference in 10 and 11 and 12. Now, were they like at a truly elite program? Probably not. I think the closest they got to it was the Russell Wilson year. I think they were an awesome team that year. They lost a couple of wonky games. They lost on a Hail Mary against Michigan State, kind of a Hail Mary type game against Ohio. Yeah, against Ohio State. They went to the conference championship. They won that, and then they lost the bowl game, if I remember right. Like, it's a hell of a run, though. I thought the Bielema was really, really good, but I totally understand the fan base being split on where Wisconsin football is at right now and where it's going moving forward.
Well, if this is going to follow the pattern of Nebraska, and I'm not saying it's going to follow it directly, but there was a need to modernize, and unfortunately, sometimes Nebraska can be drug kicking and screaming into a new era. It's just that they had to go through several different iterations before. And I'm not saying it's fixed now. Obviously, it's not what it used to be. And heck, at this point, it may not be ever again what it used to be.
Sure.
But something like this was going to happen eventually. That's why it doesn't happen very often that successful franchises or programs can continue success from coach to coach to coach to coach. There's always going to be a lull. And, college is always unique because there's always been an element of having to do it a certain way. Yes, there are, obviously there's programs or franchises like the St. Louis Cardinals talk about the Cardinal way, but you see it a lot more in college than you do in the pros, where it's not only about what you do, but it's how you do it.
How you do it, yes, 100%.
And Wisconsin, was a how you do it type program. And now it feels a little bit like everybody else, and they're struggling a bit. And they're in a very similar spot to Nebraska, where they're trying to figure out, can we compete with the great ones at the top when we can't get the same kind of talent? When we don't have, usually the 4 and the 5-star players. Nebraska's been trying to figure that out for a long time, and Wisconsin's now in that place. Iowa, what's Iowa going to be like after Kirk Ferentz?
Excellent question.
They have been tremendously consistent and tremendously comfortable
doing it their way.
They are.
Yep.
But after he's gone and that way is gone, will Iowa fans continue to just be comfortable with what they have been? I'm going to guess they're going to have to get used to a new style of comfortable, because I'm guessing that, Kirk Ferentz's clone ain't walking through that door. And how will they approach that hire? How will they approach what kind of coach are they going to go after? and what is it they're going to be expecting? Who knows? I think Iowa may be set up better only to sustain whatever level they're at because they have been comfortable being, dare I say, a notch below.
Yeah.
But Wisconsin, even though
Dude,
they
they sniffed it. Wisconsin got, I mean, they could see it, right? Like they won the league. You know, they played Ohio State maybe better than anybody else in the league at that time. And they did it their own way. But, you know, you move on, or a coach moves on from you and you try to replicate it with a different person. It's going to be harder. Paul Chryst was, you know, never as good of a coach as Bielema was. And so, like, it was always going to be harder for him to sustain it. And, like, John, what have we done for years with Nebraska? Well, how do they adapt to the new changes in college football? I mean, think about it. Now, suddenly, Wisconsin's success comes in a much different era of college football, even though it's not that long ago. And so how do they again, they're having all of these same debates that we had around here, just in different ways and about different, you know, different things that are happening within college sports. And what is this going to mean? And what is that going to mean? I certainly think that Fickell finds himself in a precarious situation. I think that there's a lot of pressure on him right now. And they're going to have to have, you know, a level of success. And it's only year 3 for him. You know, it's not like it's year 4 like it is for Venables at Oklahoma. This is only year 3. And yet I feel like he is very much on the hot seat going into this season. Very much on the hot seat.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to have Mitch today.
Sad. Nick, did he confirm? Did he say he was going to come on the show?
He never confirms ever because I always have to
Oh.
go through his other guy, but then he just always knows. It's weird.
Well,
I reached out to him though. I'm like, "Hey, one last ride," and he just never got back to me.
Maybe they decided to have a parade after all. Just, you know,
a sad parade.
Hey, we outscored the Eagles in the fourth quarter parade.
Man, that's a great stat. Congrats to the Chiefs. A great stat.
Oh, well, that's okay. I understand.
Sad.
These things happen. It's been a long season.
It has.
You know, it's
He's
been
probably
a grind.
sleepy.
Probably a little worn out. You know, I can only imagine. I've never covered a Super Bowl, but I've been to, you know, NCAA tournaments, obviously at the College World Series. That can be a long week.
Oh, yeah.
It can take a lot out of you. And so just need to decompress.
Maybe,
way,
John, maybe he's sitting in front of the fireplace. He's grabbing a good book to read. Maybe that's what he's doing right now. He's like, what's going on with Michigan football in 2014? I got to find out. I got to figure this out. Maybe there are lessons to be learned.
Charlie C. Croissant and writing about Michigan football is probably not the book a Northwestern guy like Michigan or like Mitch is going to read.
What's the C stand for in Charlie C. Croissant, John?
Craptastic.
That's a bad middle name.
It's a bad middle name, but it's very appropriate for someone who writes a book about Michigan. Well, coming up next, it's the Wednesday tradition. Back in its usual time slot.
Thank
Live
God.
as always.
Thank God.
Dumb debates.
I missed it.
And today we have a dumb debate that will require a video component. So if you haven't done so already, check us out in the video stream, zonetv.live or our YouTube page.
Yeah.
1620 The Zone TV, because it will require, if you would like to play along, the visual, because it has to do with the new coach of the New Orleans Saints and other dumb debates as well.
Perfect.
The happy hour is coming up on 1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen, not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is Dumb Debates, that time of week where you get to take over the Grum by sending us your debates. It could be anything. It's any topic. It does not matter. We tackle them right here on the Grum. We've gotten so many great ones over the years from you, the people. You can send them to us into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Please use the hashtag Dumb Debates. It makes it easier for us to find. Or you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, into the Equitable Bank inbox. We appreciate all submissions, and even if we don't get to yours the week it was sent, we do save them. We save them. Like one that I got, I don't even remember when this was. Oh, it's January 17th. It's almost a month old.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
This was from our friend Sky. If you got Beauty and the Beasted and were transformed into one of your household objects, which would you turn into? I guess I'm not familiar with the Beauty and the Beast.
You never saw Beauty and the Beast?
Like the teacups
Beauty
and stuff?
and the Beast.
Like I thought that was Cinderella.
No, that's Beauty and the
Where the
Beast.
teacups start dancing and stuff.
That's Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty, like they talk, they have faces.
Be our guest. Be our guest.
There's the weird horny candlestick. You'd probably like it.
Yeah, John, you would love it.
You'd identify with that candlestick.
It's my mom's favorite Disney movie, if I remember right. She loves Beauty and the Beast.
For some reason, I had that. I thought that was Cinderella or a different Disney movie. I didn't think it was Beauty and the Beast.
Cracky, Josh would turn into a bedroom sink.
All right. I mean, game's over. I cannot beat that. I cannot beat that. That's funny.
Object would I want to turn into? There's a part of me that would want to turn into, I mean, this household object, could that include the car, the family car?
I guess so, because then you could drive around, right?
Yeah, but
Dumb Debates, is a car a household object?
I feel like it's a thing that should be within the house proper.
Well, my car's in the garage. That's inside the house.
Ooh, Dumb Debates. Is the garage part of the house?
Yes, the garage is part of the house, especially if it's an attached garage. It is part of the house.
But if it
is part of the structural integrity
if
of the house.
If it's a detached garage, is that still part of the house?
Well, no, because it's part of your property, but it's not part of your house because it would be detached. But if it's an attached garage, it is absolutely part of the house.
Dave, Cars is a different animated movie. Yeah, that is a different movie. You just went right to Cars. Let's say, John, that has to be something
no,
that is...
I was thinking to be a car, then I could be like that haunted car from the movie Christine, which would be a good movie club selection, by the way. And I could just go around and, run over people that I'm disagreeable with. And then I come back to life, and I'm always playing the same song, and it'll be a rockin' song from AC/DC to drive Nick insane. In fact, that'll be what I do as my car, is I will drive to Nick's house, and I'll turn up my own stereo and just play Hell's Bells all night long.
This is getting worse and worse. Every sentence is somehow worse than the previous sentence.
Yeah.
Mike says Horny John wants to be a chair to be sat on. John, your thoughts?
No, because I
Sit
don't
on me,
get it.
Daddy.
It sits on me.
I think being a TV would be fun.
I want people farting in my face.
Well, if you're a TV though, you couldn't watch yourself. You could just see other people watch
It's
you.
hilarious you say that because Aaron texts in dumb debates. If you're a television, can you watch yourself?
No,
unless you're in
You
front of a
can't watch
mirror, I
yourself.
guess.
Yeah, but you can hear what's going on. I guess you have a general idea. It's like listening to the radio. It's like listening to AM radio, but it sounds somehow even more clear.
Well, okay. What if you're just like a chair in a corner of a room? Because then you can see everything.
Interesting, Nick. You want to be in the corner of the room?
Only existence, you just be sitting there. I want to be something that gets used and gets moved around.
I mean, these objects they can move.
Like what, John? Like a vacuum?
Chairs in a corner move. The only time it gets moved is when you're vacuuming.
No, I'm
or
saying in
moving.
if we're Beauty and the Beast, then I assume we have the same magical properties as the Beauty and the
Yeah,
Beast.
they
one.
were able to move around and dance, John. They sung songs. Be our guest, be our guest. Dun, 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 dun.
Man,
The candlestick had a thing for the teapot.
I had no idea. I thought the Beauty and the Beast was just about the beast who fell in love with the beauty, and that was it.
Well, yeah, but then there's a side story.
Yeah, John, it's I mean that
They're
movie
part of
sounds like it'd be
the
2 minutes long.
So this is the B plot.
Yeah,
There's-
basically.
There's so the end of Beauty and the Beast. People have Zaprudered this to where
the Beast gets assassinated in Dallas.
When Beast turns back into the human, there's a frame in that where it looks like what's her name? It's not Belle, is it?
I believe it's Belle.
I think it's Edna. I don't
She
know.
looks disappointed for half a second when he turns into a human from the
I've
Beast.
never seen this before.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'd probably
Okay.
be. I don't know what I would be. A couch.
Well, that's no fun.
No, couch. I'd be a couch because then I
Yeah,
can watch TV.
Sitting on you and farting on you.
I'll be a computer. Computers are fun. They're used all the time. It gets moved around. My computer comes with me to work. It goes on
You
trips.
You want people to play with your mouse pad?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, you get touched a lot. That sounds fun. I'm in on being a computer. Jeff in Omaha emails in. If you had to cancel every streaming subscription but one, which one would you keep? You can only have one streaming service. Which is the GOAT?
The problem is too many things are distributed between all of them now. It kind of sucks.
I don't
It's
know what that
annoying.
means, Nick.
Like there used to be like Netflix. There just used to be a bunch of things on Netflix, but then Disney made their thing. So now Disney pulled off their things from Netflix and
Yes, that's what the question is. You have to
that's
pick
what
one.
I'm saying is that's why it's annoying now because there used to be a few that at least had multiple.
You're
things.
getting on your soapbox, Nick. This isn't an answer to the question. You just you're
Hulu.
turning into John. There we go.
Hulu.
You gave us an answer.
Mm.
I think I'm going to go with Max. I mean, pound for pound, it's got great originals. It has an awesome library. It has shows that I adore, and it has a ton of movies. And now it also has other stuff too. You got sports on there, so I'll go with Max.
Man, that is tough.
I assume the Hulu also comes with Disney Plus and ESPN Plus.
No, it's just one.
It's a
streaming
bundle,
subscription.
John. It's
Nope,
all
it's
together.
One. It's one. That's streaming. Streaming doesn't bundle. It's not like cable. You can only have one. Man, that is tough.
I still think Hulu's a good pick.
It's a very good pick.
I use Max a lot.
Yeah.
I use Paramount a lot. I use Peacock a lot. Obviously, for Movie Club, we use Netflix a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would be distraught without the top 10 list.
Oh man, this is. Ooh. I might say Peacock.
Is it because of the wrestling?
Well, that's there, but obviously, I like to watch. Of course, the thing is with the sports packages. Ooh, it's coming down to Peacock or maybe Paramount because obviously
why do you need Peacock?
Well, because there's the sports component. There's a lot of.
But if you just
sports
have regular cable, you can still just watch your stuff on cable. You don't need.
I know.
I
but
know that
I'm
the
thinking-
picture is better.
I'm thinking that's what I'm thinking. That's what
You
I'm
love
thinking.
that sharp picture on Peacock.
I do love that sharp picture on Peacock. It's boy. Maybe it'll end up being Max just because of what you said, but that is a tough one.
It is.
That is a tough one.
Let's see. You got one?
This is the one, the picture for the video. This was sent in by, let's see, Charlie. This is this handsome family photo. This is new Saints coach Kellen Moore. His very attractive family, and they're standing outside of, I think that's the private Saints plane.
Yep.
As they were being whisked to New Orleans for their press conference.
Was that made in Canva?
Was what the picture, the family picture? No, it was taken by a phone camera. I'm guessing.
Not the picture, the background, everything else. Did you
Of course
add that?
Not. John made it. Nick, what do you think? John's using Canva now?
Maybe John is using in private.
No,
he's dabbling.
This is beautiful, normal PowerPoint. Anyway, that's not the point.
So what is the question that is going to come out of this?
The question
I
from
feel like
Charlie.
This is going to be a horrible question.
Focus on Mr. Moore. Focus on Kellen Moore. Focus on that smile, because Charlie asks, Nick, give me the dramatic music, please. Who has the bigger teeth? Kellen Moore or Josh?
I'm surprised he used a picture of Josh with the beard instead of Josh Sans beard.
Well, this is, of course, this wasn't the picture he sent me. This is from my own personal collection. This is, of course, the greatest picture of Josh that has ever been taken and probably ever will be taken. This is Josh on his vacation where he went to Mexico and then proceeded to stay in the resort and did not bother
like
to go
a
out.
normal person. Like a normal person.
Nick wanted him to.
I'm going to go with Kellen Moore.
Who has the bigger teeth, Kellen Moore or Josh?
He's got a wider mouth, and it exposes more of the teeth.
I have to abstain because it involves my teeth, so I'm sorry. I cannot answer this question. I think it's
Kellen Moore appears to have better looking teeth.
Wow. Screw you, Kellen.
Well, look out.
Hey, Josh and I go to the same dentist. They're very handsome teeth, Josh.
Thank you, Nick.
Well, I was, just maybe it's just the lighting in the photo.
Yeah, that's what we'll blame.
I gotta go with Kellen Moore here. I think.
Yeah.
Josh's teeth are very distracting, especially when he doesn't have his beard, because
when the beard is gone, I turn into a teeth monster. Wow. Somebody compared me to Kellen Moore earlier. They said Josh looks like Kellen Moore. Should I shave my beard and go for Kellen Moore as Kellen Moore for Halloween later this year?
You don't have his hair. Your hair's better than his, Josh.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
What do you mean? He's got good hair.
You don't have the same hairline. Your hairline is better than his.
It is. I do have a better hairline.
It is? Yeah. Josh has like
I don't have a widow's peak.
He's got like a 4.5 head in this picture.
Look at that. No widow's peak.
Forehead. Yeah. Oh my God, look at that. You're going
widow's
bald.
peak. Look at that. Look at all that hair. Look at us.
Yeah, it's still hair. Widow's peak, but it's all going back,
it's not going back at all, John. Look at this.
It's like a Revolutionary War line. Everything's in a straight line. It just keep going back.
Yeah, but it's not going back. It's just staying forward. Look at that hairline. Amazing stuff.
Hair.
Look at that hair. Email.
Email.
Did you have another one?
Nope, I'm good.
Let's see. Brandon says, good afternoon. Good afternoon. First, it's scoop. Shovel is the tool. Scoop is the action. You use the shovel to scoop the snow. Now, that's not his dumb debate. His dumb debate is this. When it snows, are you more annoyed at the vehicles that go way too slow or the vehicles that drive way too fast? John, I think I know your answer to this question.
Well, it's way too fast because that's reckless.
Yes.
It is
when
reckless.
The roads are bad, it is reckless. Mm-hmm. If someone's going slow, even if they're going slower than I am, I still respect them because it's like, hey, you know what? I mean, they're taking it careful. And sometimes it makes me think if I'm maybe shouldn't slow down.
Right? Like you're like, crap, do I need to start driving a little slower?
This morning when I was driving into work, I was working my way up a hill and another car that was not 4-wheel drive had slowly turned and I was approaching them in my lane. You know what I did? I wasn't mad at them. I'm like, I need to keep my momentum. So I'm going to go to this lane that's open so I can safely pass them. So then we're all good.
Wow, you're the dangerous driver this morning, huh, Nick?
I don't think I was dangerous. It was more dangerous to slow down because then I would break my momentum and then I might get stuck going up the hill. Yeah. And if they got stuck, they're not going to get my truck out. My truck would have to help them. I was thinking of the people.
No, I think you guys both bring up good arguments. I think driving fast is the more dangerous thing. Nick, I don't think you were driving fast. I think you were driving normally. But I think driving slow, especially depending on how bad the snow is, I think is the safe move and it's okay. Driving fast, I think, if you're being wild out there and you're just passing people to, especially on the interstate, like you can really cause some trouble.
Mm-hmm. If you're in a hurry on days like this when the roads are bad, you either needed to plan better or I don't know what to tell you, or stay home because, you got to take it easy. People are reckless when it comes to this, and they shouldn't be. Mm-hmm. Just to give you an example,
okay,
of how we do save questions back. This is an oldie.
How long is this from?
This is from Star Wars Fiend.
Okay. Oh, where is Star Wars Fiend?
I haven't seen Star Wars Fiend in a minute.
Well, here's the question. It comes with a preface, which will give you an idea of how old this question is.
All right.
Okay.
Since we are all depressed, sky is falling. Husker fans facing a potential 5-7 season for the second year in a row.
Wow. So we're somewhere in November, most likely.
Yes, probably right after the UCLA game. Yeah. Which of these losses are still the most hurtful to this day? And out of that, which one would you flip to possibly change the momentum and trajectory of the program? Meaning, if they win, how does that change the outlook?
I love questions like this.
Moving forward. So these are the 3 games we choose from. Black Friday, 2001.
Yeah.
Nebraska losing to Colorado 62-36.
Bad times.
Number 2, 2009 Big 12 Championship. 1 second left.
Real bad times.
Number 3, Miami in overtime and the Tommy Armstrong YOLO pass that resulted in a Miami interception and win. I would not have guessed that one.
Don't care about that one.
Star Wars Fiend's a younger fan, so he's probably got a different perspective.
Yeah, don't care about that one.
Than others. So you've eliminated number 3 right away, and I would too, because
who cares? I don't think it changes any fortunes. I don't think anything is markedly different. They already lost the BYU game that year, so again, no offense, Star Wars Fiend.
And I think I think the die was cast on the Mike Riley era the moment he was hired.
100%. 100%.
That was never going to succeed or last, and it's not really a criticism of Mike Riley. It's just the climate that he walked into.
Yeah.
And the incompetence of the person that hired him, and they were going to eventually derail that thing anyway.
Okay, so now we're down to what? Black Friday 01.
So we're down to Black Friday 01 and Big 12 Championship 2009.
So my argument's going to be Big 12 title game. I'll lay out my case. Black Friday game, like if they win it, they're going to the Big 12 Championship. There's still a world where they lose to Texas because they always lost to Texas. And even if they don't, like, I don't really think it changes the Miami game that much different. Like, I don't think they got smoked because they had lost confidence. I think they got smoked because it was Miami. Maybe they don't lose by as many points, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that changes history as much because they were already going down a certain path. I've asked this question a million times about the 09 Big 12 title. If they win that game, do they leave the conference? I don't know. I don't know.
I think there is a probability that's pretty high that they don't.
So if that, think about
which sounds very, short-sighted, given that the reasons for leaving was conference stability. But there was a lot of emotion going in at that time. And we have seen a lot of moves made in college athletics that should have bigger picture thinking behind it, but seems to have shorter term motivation that's driving it.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I'm just saying there is a good probability that things work out differently and at least stems, the momentum. Certainly it could have been, to the level where Nebraska isn't as aggressive going after the Big Ten, and maybe Missouri does get that invite because Jim Delaney was still going to, desire to expand, which was his announcement that really kind of set everything off. But it could put Missouri in a better situation because they would have been a natural fit too in that conference.
100%. And so, I think the ramifications of that are much more far-reaching. And then if you just look on the field, they finally get over the hump. They finally win a conference. What does it do for recruiting? Does Bo actually leave earlier, or does it like make his era better because they suddenly have gotten over the hump? I mean, does Ndamukong Suh win the Heisman, or does that swing enough voters where he wins the Heisman? Plus, you end the streak. Like, instead of the last conference title, game or conference title win being 99, it's 2009. So I just think it's much more interesting to know what would happen.
It's much more interesting what would happen. Let's flip your argument over to 2009.
Okay.
Could you make the argument that Bo Pelini is still going to sabotage himself, or his demeanor is still going to cause issues, whether they win that game or not? Because, is it just changing, when that moment happens where Bo, goes off? Would there still have been an audio tape? Would there still be, embarrassing home losses? Or the moments against Wisconsin, for example. And again, some people are assuming that winning this game might keep the Huskers in the Big 12. I'll argue from the standpoint of, let's pretend that there is big picture thinking in this, and Nebraska still ends up in the Big 10.
Yeah.
Even if they win this 2009 game. Does that necessarily change how Bo's teams performed against Wisconsin?
Great question.
Example.
Yeah.
They're both interesting. I think the argument on 2001 is pretty solid, because you're right. The Colorado game happened, but that was something that was going to happen. Miami was going to win that year no matter what.
Yes.
And so all we might have been doing is kicking the can down the road a couple of games, to where, the exposure of Nebraska as a program that is on the decline happens in the Rose Bowl versus happens in Boulder. Then, you do wonder now, if they beat Colorado, they win the Big 10 or Big 12 championship. That gives Frank 2 conference titles in 3 years.
Wow. Yeah, it does.
Does that make it harder then for Steve Peterson to come along and fire Frank?
Well, and there's some people.
Bill Byrne was still the athletic director.
I was going to say, aren't there some people, John, who thought Bill Byrne got out of Dodge when he did? Not to go to somewhere with more money, but because he maybe was seeing what was coming down and he didn't want to be the guy that had to fire Frank.
Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to that, though. I still think, I still think Bill would have left it at some point.
Yeah,
it's a really interesting argument. I could see reasons for both. Actually, I'm talking myself out of both of either one being the
You're
answer.
picking the Miami game?
No, I'm not picking the Miami game. But as we talk through these arguments, I still think that some of the faults that lied in those programs would still have been exposed. It just would have changed the timeline.
Yeah.
I guess for this, so on that point, I think I will take the 2009 Big 12 championship, only because it would have given Nebraska a middle finger to the rest of the league when they walked out the door.
Hey, that's a great point. Yeah. And maybe John,
granted, they didn't walk out the door until after the following season, but you still would have been able to say, hey, we got you guys before we left Dodge.
Yeah, and also, is there a world, John, where they're not wound so tight against Texas because they had already beat them and Bo Pelini doesn't go yell at somebody in the basement of the Cornhusker Hotel, Many are wondering. Many are wondering. Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I got one.
Go ahead.
Aaron Papillion, what's worse, stubbing your toe, jamming your finger, biting your lip, poking yourself in the eye? I think stubbing my toe has been the most painful.
Stubbing my toe for sure. I stubbed my toe on the bed a couple weeks ago, and there's still a little. I can feel it a little bit still.
I think the answer is stubbing your toe. I haven't jammed my finger, knock on wood, in many, many years. That was always like a basketball thing, playing football or basketball growing up, But stubbing your toe, it affects your walking. Stubbing your finger hurts, but I'm not dealing with that.
Right, but if you're typing a lot on the computer, or
that's true.
You have to write things or things like that, I would say, while the stubbing of the toe makes walking more uncomfortable, and you do a lot of walking, it just affects how you get from place to place. but by jamming your finger, it could affect how you actually try to operate, right? It's almost like, and it also depends on the finger too. I would agree that stubbing your toe of the 4 is the most painful usually, and usually the longest lasting. Obviously, if you bite your tongue, yeah, that hurts and it's very intense for a short period of time, but eventually it goes away in shorter order. What was poking yourself in the eye? That's another one. That's like biting your tongue. It's just it's really, really annoying in the moment and for a few moments afterwards, but it goes away a lot faster.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to those first two. I probably am going to take stubbing your toe because that one hurts.
Yikes.
I think worse than any of the others, especially if you did it, how you did it. I had a friend, I was mentioning, I have a friend who's going through some knee rehab because he recently had surgery. And he was telling me about how he was he's trying to adjust to walking with a cane instead of using crutches to get around. And he had lost his balance a little bit. And when trying to gain his balance, he jammed his cane into his toe.
Oh my gosh.
Right. So he's trying to plant the cane on the ground to get balance, but he missed the floor and hit his big toe.
Ouch. No, thank you.
So he's dealing with both what he thinks is a broken toe and a knee injury recovery.
Good God. Yeah. No, thank you.
No, thanks.
Nat fun. Let's see. I don't want to use an 0-1 from Sky, even though it's a really, really good one. I'll save that for next week. Let's see.
Do we, not to step on, do we have to get to Mitch?
We do.
Oh, that's right. We forgot to mention. Mitch called us and said he's available.
Yes.
So those of you who enjoy Chief Schadenfreude, you get your moment in the sun.
It's next.
That's Dumb Debates for this week. Mitch Holthus will join us next on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. But first, chance for you to get involved with your favorite program and their NIL efforts. On the Line gives you that chance. On the Line, Omaha-based company, great people behind it, working through Omaha Athletics, Creighton Athletics, Nebraska Athletics to direct NIL funds right to those programs. And here's how it works. It's through us. You go to athleticsontheline.com. You pick your favorite school, whether it's Omaha, Creighton, or Nebraska. And then you pick a measurable metric. A lot of folks just like to use simple wins, but you could use points, you could use touchdowns, you could go use field goals, whatever it is. And for every time that metric hits, you set a budget for how much you want to donate, and then that money goes straight to your favorite school's NIL fund. And it's all official right through the school's athletic department. So this is your chance to gamify your giving and reward your team when your team rewards you. And just that little bit can help as your school tries to recruit and retain the best college athletes. So find out more by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Get part of the action with On the Line, athleticsontheline.com.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling a detector by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Guess where I'm right now? In the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
The Chiefs win the AFC Championship 32-29.
Nick, it wasn't last year's Super Bowl. I guess we are being current.
I was wondering what you guys were going to use for an ending, but okay, well played.
Well, it still applies. I mean, even though the Chiefs did not win this year's Super Bowl, they did win the last two Super Bowls before that. So
that's true.
And then made it back to the Super Bowl, being the only team ever to do that. So yeah,
that's true. That's true. We either could have used that or one of the times Patrick Mahomes wasn't sacked, which was hard to find in that game. Mitch,
yeah,
I was really surprised. I'm curious how much the concern was behind the scenes in the pregame, as the Chiefs are preparing for this Philly pass rush, against how the Chiefs were going to work on the offensive line, and how maybe that may have compared to the prep and the run up to Super Bowl 55 against Tampa, who used, basically pass rush was the reason why that game got out of hand.
Well, and there's some parallels. I don't want to sound like an excuse, because about mid-December when they moved Tooney out to left tackle, that changed the year, and the Chiefs wouldn't have been in that game without that. But you had to move Caliendo inside, and then the other three were intact. In the Super Bowl 55, 4 of the 5 were gone. But I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Philadelphia's defense was super fast. Yeah, they were fast. But it's not like we hadn't seen it before. Now, Sweat and Nolan Smith primarily, they rotate him around, but Sweat was just a monster in this game. But he had lined up like he's on Nebraska's 4x100 meter relay team, crouched down as the number 4 runner waiting to get the baton. And the perplexing matter is we face these speed rusher guys all the time. I think we played the Bosa's, Khalil Mack, Max Crosby. I mean, the elite guys in this league, and did a good job against Rousseau and Epinesa of Buffalo, and did a decent job against Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter in Houston. It's not like we haven't played top shelf guys, but I think a couple things here. One, the Chiefs didn't go to the countermeasures I thought they would have until the second half, which meant you max protect. You're going to not run 5 guys out on a route or 5.5 guys chip and release. That you'd run 2 or 3 guys out and then move the pocket, max protect. When they did that, actually the 50-yarder to Xavier Worthy for the touchdown, and the first touchdown of the game were max protect, move the pocket. And so if you rethink it, which, coach is good at fixing stuff, that he might have done that earlier in the game, or when you're backed up at the 2-yard line when it's 7-0 and you just pick Jalen Hurts and maybe go to those countermeasures. But that's hindsight. Is 2020. The other thing is, because we got to give credit here, because he's from Ida Grove, Iowa, in West Central Iowa. DeJean was great. Yeah. He got burned on a couple plays, and I went back and I didn't realize when I went back and reviewed it. But he's an outstanding player. Great athlete, and the pick 6 was electric. So kudos and respect to West Central Iowan and Cooper DeJean.
Mitch, along those lines, there's been a lot of discussion. There was on Sunday night during the game, like, hey, they've fallen behind in every Super Bowl in the Mahomes era. So, like, this isn't anything out of the ordinary. But I'm wondering if early on, whether it was the first quarter or certainly the end of the first half, that you had a moment where you're like, okay, this is looking a lot more difficult than I expected it to. And the climb is going to be a lot higher to get over the hump if it's going to happen in this game.
The DeJean pick 6.
Yeah.
It's 10-0. I've seen it do it over and over and over again. 17-0. Yeah, you could, but against that defense, and Philly can kind of chew up some time running the ball. 10 down, 17 down are two very different things. Now we remember the Houston comeback from 24 down But and I even mentioned it on the air because that's what you do. That's what John does when UConn's got him down at home. But when that happened, it just had a sense of, oh, this feels like Super Bowl 55 more than the divisional playoff win over Houston in 2019. And again, that goes back to be a credit for Philly. But if last Wednesday, I would have said the Chiefs are going to hold Saquon Barkley to 2.3 a rush on 25 carries, what would you have thought?
I was going to ask that because, you give up 40 and it makes it hard on the surface to complement the defense. But considering how the game plan mostly worked, was it just a case of they needed more help from the offense to make this work?
Yes. You gave up 14 essentially off. I mean, giveaway points, there were 17, and then the short field after the interception at the 2 led to a field goal. So the defense, if you go back and look at the video and review it, you're going, ooh, they gave up 20 points in this game in reality. Because, and they could have given up, they held the fort now. There could have been maybe a 50-burger in here just because the offense wouldn't help them at all. Terrible field position or 3 giveaways. And those 3 giveaways were all like open the door here for Philly to score more offense. And then going for it on 4th down and not making it to 46. Now that's on the defense when you give up a 46-yard sluggo route. So, yes, but really 20 belongs to the defense, and you could say 20 belongs to the offense.
Mitch, because of the fact that the Chiefs are always in the AFC Championship game and often in the Super Bowl, you are seeing, on a yearly basis, not even counting the regular season, some combination of the top 4 to 5 teams in the league over the course of the playoffs. I use that as a way to ask, where does this Eagles team rank amongst the ones now that you have seen Kansas City play in the Mahomes era, given the talent level, the young talent, and obviously all the skill players and the great offensive line that they have on that side of the ball?
Yeah, we don't want to discredit the San Francisco teams, especially that group last year, the Brock Purdy team in Super Bowl 58. That team was good. And then the Philly team of 57 had all, like the Chicago Bears sacks, right? They were number 1 in the world history in sacks other than the 85 Bears. I'm sitting there scanning teams. Man, Buffalo's had some really good teams.
Yep. Baltimore last year.
Baltimore last year. I mean, it's hard, but they're right in there. I wouldn't put them above that. But I would put them right there. There's a linear group that a long list of good teams that Chiefs have had to face and beaten most of them, but lost to some of them and got wiped out in this one. But no, they're right there, and they'll be back. They'll be strong next year. That defense is where, you can talk about Barkley. It's going to be hard for him to replicate what he did this year, but that defense isn't going away anytime soon.
Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Chiefs. Looking to the offseason, obviously, we always wonder about players that are aging and whether or not they're going to leave. Travis Kelce recently said on his podcast that he's kicking the can down the road on making his decision about next year. Would you be more surprised if he came back for a year or that he would retire?
I'm going to give you a wishy-washy answer. And let me just tell you what no, I'll tell you what I know.
No, you're good.
Maybe I've had a lot of talks and hugs and fist pumps with him since mid-November. And you think maybe this is it. Because if you could find my interview with him when he was on the Kingdom show for that 20 minutes, it kind of gave you that thought. But then I see he was all in on this, trying to get it done. There's a side of me that, is this the way he's going to end it? If he does go in peace. 11,000 snaps. Brutal. I mean, he has played so much tough football. And don't talk about any of these other guys. He has the most Super Bowl catches of any player ever. Jerry Rice, Julian Edelman, Gronk, Lynn Swann. I don't know who's played in a whole bunch of Super Bowls. Kelce has more than any of them.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're going to go in peace. If he comes back, he'll be our hardest worker, and he'll want to grind away and get everybody going with him. I mean, that's I don't know. He hasn't tipped his hand, but I do know he's been very reflective over the past 60 to 90 days.
Mitch, another offseason question. I'm curious as to what you think could be a spot for a, I guess, splash move, whether that's doing something interesting or in the draft that, is trading or certainly something in free agency.
Well, we all know what Brett Veach does. Look at him after Super Bowl 55.
Yep.
I mean, he rebuilt the offensive line. Orlando Brown Jr. gets him. Then he drafts Creed Humphrey, drafts Trey Smith, and put together an offensive line, Joe Thuney, and built 2 Super Bowl champions. So my hope here is that Andy Reid is a fixer. He's not a front runner. People have said we're front runners, and social media has been brutal. I'm like, no, Andy Reid's anything but a front runner. So he likes to fix stuff, but Brett Veach does as well. He just sent me a text of the guys grinding in the room watching video, so he doesn't stop. Here's the thing I would tell you, that for a team that has gone to 5 Super Bowls in 6 years, they're usually not in a position where they'll have picks 31, 63, 66, and 95. The Chiefs will have 4 of the top 95 picks in this draft. And that's enough equity if you want to do something to make a move. Do something. I mean, the offensive line has got to be, that's the obvious one. Now, you're going to lose some guys. Somebody's going to back up the truck for Trey Smith or Nick Bolton. They have big decisions to make. But those are the other sneaky ones. Turk Wharton had an awesome year. He's a free agent. And then your 1-year guys, DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, Kareem Hunt, Charles Omenihu, a 2-year guy. But these are all free agents. Now, you'd like to have them all back. History says you can't have them all. And again, here comes people with the big truck going, we're not going to let you have him back because we need him. And we're going to pay him, even overpay him to get him, because we've got everybody I mentioned can help teams win. But the Chiefs will figure this out. And I'm not doing it the way pom-poms to give everybody hope. It's happened. I've seen this for 12 years. We've been here before, boys. We've been here before. And we just somehow try to figure it out. And as Andy Reid's in place and Brett Veach is in place, the gears will continue to grind.
Mitch, we always enjoy these segments. We always have fun conversations, a lot of quips, certainly dealing with the trollers and the haters. We get so many comments from people who say, I'm tuning up for this segment. I don't like the Chiefs. I think a lot of them hate listen. Now, today they were probably loving this because, they were hoping for tears and all that other stuff. But
it's real Schadenfreude.
Yeah, the Schadenfreude is all real. But
what pain is he feeling? I went to all the UConn beat Creighton. What pain is John feeling right now driving?
I was more worried about getting home than I was about the pain. The snow and the blowing snow helped me get rid of the pain. That, and it was a very long post-game show because we had to wait for Dan Hurley to stop talking and yelling at Creighton. That's a whole nother story.
I didn't know he stopped. He stopped? I wasn't aware he stopped.
He's still doing it, actually. He's still at the arena right now just looking for anybody in a Creighton Blue Jays polo.
He might be. He's yelling at the poor people at Mecca.
You work here. You're a Blue Jay.
It's kind of his brother at Arizona State's already done the same thing. That U of A game was kind of weird.
Yes, it was.
So yeah, the Hurley boys got him.
Are you doing any basketball?
No, I had to give it up a couple years ago. Well, okay. And my duties with the Chiefs have added 5-fold. In fact, it got to a point where there wasn't much season left.
Yeah.
And then I got hey, come on, I need to see you. Do you need to keep doing this basketball? I got that one, which was a nice way of saying we need you to do stuff here and probably ought to give up the basketball. Like, okay,
I miss it. Because even though we're not in the Valley anymore, I like to tune in and watch some Arch Madness, and I like to hear about the Renaissance Conference. But I don't get that anymore.
No, you don't get that.
America's Renaissance
coming up. Some of my great memories are coming up there to do games when that place is rocking and you got the overalls on and, it was so cool. It was so cool to see it grow and get to where it is now, where I came up, there in the early Dana days in the Civic Auditorium with the shag rug from Sam Lacey and the Kansas City Omaha Kings was still there. And, to a point where that thing, you're out drawing Kansas. Like it was awesome. I love those drives up there and I love the fans. I'm not just sitting here to placate you because that place is alive. And then for Mac to get that job, I've told you that story. Mac will tell you too. We were he's going to get fired at Iowa State. And, Doug's coming out, and like, what am I going to do? And then Dana goes to Oregon, and in 2 steps, he's at Creighton. And it's just been fabulous to see what's been happening there for the school and for Mac and the whole big deal. So, yeah, I've got really fond memories of Omaha and doing college basketball. But, boys, that's behind me. So we'll keep pressing forward and look ahead.
Mitch, thank you again, and we look forward already to next season. Have a great off season. We'll continue to follow everything in the kingdom and what you got going on, and maybe we'll meet up again here before the draft too, as we look ahead to what the Chiefs do in the off season.
I'm just going to sit in a rocking chair, look out the window, and wait for the College World Series to listen to you on Westwood One. That's what I'll do.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's the 75th year in Omaha this year.
Wow. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Clemson up with the bases loaded. Yeah.
Thank you, Mitch.
Get these obscure teams, Coastal Carolina. Get those teams in there. The Citadel the one year. That's what I like. Don't
Stony Brook.
Teams.
Stony Brook, Kent State.
Brook. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stony Brook, hitless in 7 innings. Love it.
All right. Take care, Mitch.
You'll get it.
See you, Mitch.
Right, boys.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
John, we just finished year 10 with Mitch Holthus.
10?
That was 10
wow.
football seasons with Mitch Holthus.
A decade with Mitch. And again, Chiefs Kingdom, you're welcome.
Look at what we did. When Mitch came on our show, they wanted to host a playoff game. And now they go to the Super Bowl basically every year. So you're welcome. Now John, next season, Brad Sham going to be on the show every week talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
Jerry Jones, he's the smartest man in the world. Of course, I agree with you, Brad Sham. Jerry Jones is the smartest man in the world, and he's going to live forever.
Nick,
live forever.
Nick, you're the director of audio, which means, you're the director of video. All right, never mind. I need to talk to Otson about this. We need to be the official home of the Dallas Cowboys on the radio
dear God, no.
in Omaha. Let's make this happen.
With winners, not with losers.
Smiles and glory holes.
Let me Google this. Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. How do we make this happen? How do we get them on in
Midwest
Omaha?
is a pretty big barrier.
No, it's not. I think they're on all over the country.
We're already the affiliate for the Chiefs.
They only have one affiliate in Nebraska, and it's in your fair city, John. So it is time to give them a station in Omaha.
And that crap in Fremont. We don't care about Maga's team.
Yeah, you do. Fremont loves MAGA. What are you talking about? We got to make this happen, John, and then we can have Brad Sham on the show. That'd be great. He has such a fun voice.
Friends, little update.
Oh,
first of all, playing a game at 5:00 East Coast or 5:00 Central Time. What a novel concept. They started the Villanova St. John's game at 5:00 our time. Villanova 32, St. John's 22. 5 minutes to go first half.
Hello. They're looking ahead to the game on Sunday.
Upsetty. If St. John's loses, then the game on Sunday is for first place. So, thanks, Villanova. We've always loved you. Well, they haven't done it yet. St. John's could come back. We got content coming up next.
What do we got in content today?
In content, yes, Dan Hurley makes an appearance.
Oh.
And speaking of the College World Series,
baseball,
Carl Ravitch with his own mic drop, or in this case, a Charles Schwalkoff.
Nice.
And we have his reaction to the reaction, which might be funnier than what he said in the first place to initiate the reaction.
It's a lot of reaction.
Oh, wow. Carl Ravitch, overreaction.
On 1620 The Zone.
All right, I tweeted at the Dallas Cowboys that I want them to be on 1620 The Zone. Let's make this happen. We could talk to Brad Sham every week. Hey, Brad, I want your team to be really good. Can you make them really, really good? There was a text that we got into the Grum earlier from Alex in Lincoln. No more hot mic, question mark? I got you, Alex. Alex says, get Brett Kane on every week. I would love to talk to Brett Kane. every week. Baymon writes, do we really want that pain, though, Josh? Would be like going in for a tooth extraction once a week. Yeah, in all seriousness, because Riss texted me basically the same thing. Are you want to have a new guest that's just going to make you angry every week? And yeah, outside of Unsportsmanlike Conduct being the radio station that turns franchises into champions, talking about the Dallas Cowboys in public every week with the voice of the Cowboys sounds like a kind of miserable experience in that it'll just make me angry. Like they're going to make me angry. Yep, Alex and Lincoln. Are you sure you want the Cowboys on every week? As soon as some bad things happen, it'll be terrible. It would be. For those who don't know, so when we got the Chiefs, we got them in 2015. And our boss at the time, he was like, hey, if you want, we could set up a weekly interview with The Voice, with Mitch Holthus. And we're like, all right, sounds good. And so we started talking to him. I don't think we did the full training camp thing with him that year because we hadn't really developed any rapport, right? The interviews were fine. They were solid enough. The team got off to a dreadful start. They won their first game, and then they lost. And Stibbs will remember this. He's probably not listening right now, but it was that Thursday night game at home against the Broncos. We have a drop from Dave Logan where he goes, are you kidding me? The Broncos had this crazy return for a touchdown to walk it off, basically. Lost to the Packers, lost to the Bengals, lost to the Bears, lost to the Vikings. They're 1-5 suddenly. And the best part is they played 4 road games and 2 home games. So I'm guessing Mitch was talking about that. And at this point in time, as they get really bad, our boss is like, hey, let's shorten the interviews if you want. They don't have to be as long. Like, it's okay. And so we're like, all right. Well, then they go on this winning streak. They make the playoffs. 2015, was that the year they finally won a playoff game? Yeah, they finally won a playoff game. They beat the Texans. And that was why then the next year it was about hosting a playoff game. And they had a horrible loss. I barely remember watching any of this game because I was so mad about the Cowboys losing to the Packers in the playoffs. But they lost in their first game at home on a really cold night in Kansas City, if I remember right, to the Steelers. And then 2017 was the year that they lost to the Titans when, what's his name? Marcus Mariota caught the pass for the touchdown. And then Patrick Mahomes happened, and here they are, always going to the Super Bowl. Andrew says, who did Omaha have on local radio before the Chiefs? Good question. I don't think we've had any since I've been at the building. I don't remember us having anybody else.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick.
Hello.
I'm just excited for today. I'm actually going to be able to tell you what's for dinner. So stay tuned for that. I won't be the
I saw you leave when we were in the break. I was wondering where you went. Did you go upstairs and say, honey, what are we having for dinner?
And I got I got a bunch of attitude. I got to the top of the steps and I said, what's for dinner? She said, you can't see it. I mean, she was standing in front of the oven. I couldn't see it.
You said, that's why I asked you, dear. I want you to tell me. You should have said, honey, I love your voice.
Why don't you pay attention to your wife, John?
Wow. Really?
Damn, Nick.
Sorry, John. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Dan Hurley was a happy camper after last night's win.
UConn with their first victory in Omaha in 5 tries, a 70-66 win over Creighton.
He's doing the double phone thing. There must be some kind of a celebration with he and McNeely. I don't know.
John, do you hope you can wave goodbye to Hurley at MSG next month?
Well, I mean, I really won't be able to because, they sit us up way high. So, he
have to yell, Dad!
My guess it's going to be way too loud and there'll be a lot of psychotic UConn fans there if Creighton is playing UConn. So, no. I said it before. I do not begrudge him his celebration. He is not everyone's taste. I appreciate coaches like this. We need heels. He is an excellent heel.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God he didn't go to the NBA because, well, we'll explain that a little bit later. But, to the victor goes the spoils.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of coaches and players. Like, we need personality. We can't get mad at the lack of personality compared to the old days, and then a guy has personality and we get mad about it. This is great. Great stuff by him. It's obvious how much Creighton has gotten under his skin as a program, as a fan base. So in a way, I'd say Creighton is living rent-free in his head.
Ooh, don't tell Jack.
Don't tell Jack.
From the man who gave us a walk-off home run call in the top of the 9th in the immortal phrase, Charles Schwackoff, comes the newest gem from ESPN's Carl Ravitch on last night's Alabama-Texas game.
Think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. Like, there's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
Is there not more? No second part of the question? Oh, my gosh.
There's not a second part. But that made the rounds.
As it should.
Mocked it.
Now, you said he has a follow-up. What is he saying? Please don't tell me, John, that he is saying I was doing a bit.
Well, here's his Charles Schwackoff of a response. He tweeted, this was earlier this morning, just landed and see X is on fire. Simple explanation. Tongue-in-cheek 82-82 record was to illustrate any night either team can win and one will.
Yeah.
Clearly very poor execution on my part. It is amazing that Auburn, Alabama have only lost once in such a great conference. That's all.
No way. If you are going to do tongue-in-cheek, if you're going to do sarcasm, first of all, that doesn't make any sense, his reasoning behind it. And
because he quoted the non-conference record and how dominant they were, and then said, but since then, they're 82-82. Well, because they play each other.
And if you want to do sarcasm, you better, have it dripping out of your mouth, man. You better be really leaning into the sarcasm. There was no leaning into the sarcasm.
He needs to take a note or two from Kevin Kugler.
Yeah. Man, that is brutal. Absolutely brutal.
The funny, because... who was it? Old Miss's coach? Somebody basically did the same thing. It wasn't Old Miss's coach, but it was a coach from a different conference quoting that the SEC is 500 since January 1st. And so this was a couple of weeks ago. And that was called out for, duh, of course they're 500 because one team has to win and one team has to lose.
Incredible.
So this is something that's...
Coaches are idiots.
Coaches are idiots, but... Carl.
Not great, John. Not great.
Kevin Durant became the 8th player in NBA history to reach 30,000 career points last night, doing so in a loss versus the Grizzlies. Versus the Grizzlies. I'm getting better. How do you think we'll remember his career?
Great player. One of the greats. I think John pushing himself out of so many different franchises, never being happy. In a way, I think he might represent the future of the league. In that, the guy, I remember hearing an interview after he won his first championship, and it didn't seem to do for him what he was hoping it would emotionally. And part of that was, he went and joined the Warriors. I think that, I've always loved watching him play, especially in his prime. I thought he was, truly one of the greats. But it is going to be a stain on his legacy that people will view him losing to a team and then joining that team to win a championship. And he did. He won 2 in Golden State before he moved on.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Nice.
I'll ditto your response.
Nice.
Remember how Monday fans saying fire Nico got kicked out of the Mavericks home game? Well, does jurisdiction also reach SMU basketball games?
You might not have, faintly you could hear in the background the fire Nico chant went up from an SMU student section.
Oh, I thought Nick was going to ask the rest of the question.
Are the kids all right? It sounded like John was just going with it.
Nope, the kids are all right.
Shout out to the kids. Apparently he was there, by the way. Nico was in the building.
Which is why they started chanting.
Yeah, which is why they started the chant. Man, that guy is hated. That guy is absolutely despised right now.
I mean, if you made the dumbest trade in the history of sports, would you be hated?
Uh-huh.
A photo from Philly spring training appears to indicate that MLB has fixed their jersey issue with Nike. Are you a believer? Is nature healing?
Well, the letters appear to be the proper size. Now, this is just one player in a jersey. So I'm going to withhold comment until I see everybody, especially my team, to make sure that the letters are nicely sized and that we're not seeing things through the jersey. So there's a lot of things here. This is a good start. This is encouraging, but I'll give it time.
I'm a believer. They got too much crap to not fix all of them and only fix Lazar's jersey for some reason. Everything's going to be fine, John.
We haven't seen him sweat through it yet. You know, we haven't seen the pictures where obviously you can see the junk through the pants. You know,
the bad man can't hurt you anymore, John. It's a new year. Things are going to be okay.
And finally, we teased this during the crossover with Connor Happer. Folks online are saying that Red Panda is washed. She did not complete her act without dropping a few bowls. Some might blame the Andrew Wentworth cosplayer who was throwing her the bowls, but others think it's time for Red Panda to retire. What say you?
I have long thought that Red Panda stunk, and it was mainly because of the dropping of the bowls. It would be like, John, if a magician came out at halftime and sawed somebody in half, but actually sawed them in half. And that's what Red Panda does every game. Drops bowls. That's as bad as sawing a human being in half.
I mean, I would guess that if someone did saw someone in half, that would be it makes SportsCenter. It would trend.
Not top 10. The guy got sawed in half.
Wow. that really got John.
It was a funny joke, Nick.
Not top 10. And knowing ESPN, it'd be like number 6. There'd be some, stupid hockey player or something that's number 1. But yeah, number 6, magician at halftime show, saw his person in half.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
No, I mean, listen, I have seen her complete her act without dropping a bowl. So, I am not going to deny this woman her chance to make a living.
Me neither. She stinks.
She's lost. You think she should retire?
I'm not saying she should retire. I didn't say that. I just said she's not very good.
You said she's metaphorically, literally sawing people in half.
Hard to argue with that.
Compared to sawing a person in half.
I did. Okay, that's fair. I did say that.
I mean, the whole balancing thing is neat and all, but the fact that she's never fallen off that bike, at least not that I've seen, that's impressive enough to me. Heck, I just watch her ride around the court on the unicycle because I'm always amazed that people don't fall on those
That's
things.
true. That's pretty impressive. That's a good point.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, find out what I'm having for dinner.
And me.
Will we, Nick? Will we?
You'll have to see.
All right.
16th zone.
Last commercial break. Get in all of your topics. Topic alert right now, and I will answer them, and then I will say goodbye, at least until tomorrow, or maybe on the internet again later tonight for people who pay for that type of stuff. Let's see. Any topics? I realized I shut down the text machine. I'm going to open it back up in case anybody is texting in topics. Jordan did ask, was that the Jamal Charles fumble game? Yes, it was, Jordan, if you're still listening. That was indeed the Jamal Charles fumble game. Baptism by fire, wings for dinner tonight. Perfect for a snow day. That is delicious. I had wings last night. They were very, very tasty. Very, very tasty. Somebody earlier was asking about wings, and I mentioned that I've started making my own buffalo sauce. Pretty easy. I don't measure out anything except for the hot sauce. I don't measure out the butter. I kind of eye it, and then I dump a little bit of garlic powder in there, a little salt. Very tasty. Baymon writes, leftover lasagna here. That sounds tasty. I had leftover lasagna last week because we had lasagna last week, and it was very good. Very good. Let's see. Anybody else giving any takes? No texts coming in. Can't believe it's already Thursday tomorrow. This week is flying on by. I just hope it's sunny. I hope that as much of this snow melts as possible. Wild how we did make it this far into the winter without any storm. Pretty wild. Oh, put my Michigan book away. I'll save it for another show. Don't worry, Andrew. I figured out the spelling. I got you. I got you.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
How pathetic is this? Josh tweeting at the Dallas Cowboys, oh, can we please run your games on the zone?
We would love to have them.
We don't even run the Chiefs on the
we would not love to have them. Only sickos would love to have them.
Nick, see, that proves the point, Nick. Chiefs not as good as the Cowboys. Let's have the Cowboys on 16-20. We could have their voice. Brad Sham, regular guest on the Grum.
Yeah, no, that ain't happening.
But if we have the Cowboys on the Grum, then we couldn't play more important games that matter.
Like what? The Lions and the Dolphins?
Your precious Bills games.
Well, I'll watch them on TV, Nick.
Probably ask us for money, and I think our policy should be, if your team's not willing to spend on free agents, we're not willing to pay you.
But John, maybe that'll help them afford free agents. Our pennies from AM radio.
Okay. Great idea. We will forego Josh's salary to pay the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And then they will use that money to probably line Jerry's pockets.
They'll buy some toilet paper with it. Chicken teriyaki is the dinner for us tonight.
Yum.
Chicken Alfredo, which is why
Chicken Boys.
I wish they would call it Chicken Fredo. I always liked Fredo.
But Alfredo's the sauce, not Fredo. It's not called Fredo sauce.
Yeah, who do you think you are, John? Nick?
You idiots like to shorten it to Skurs.
Skurs, baby.
Fredo.
I don't think I've ever said Skurs.
You haven't. I'm talking you generally, you idiot youngs out there. Skurs.
John's doing that thing where he's making up a guy and getting mad at him.
Well, John, you can't be mad about shortening and then want to shorten. You're becoming who you hate.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we're going to shorten things, let's make it sound cool. Chicken Fredo. It can be the chicken that stabs your brother in the back and then looks for an apology and then gets shot on a boat somewhere out in the middle of the lake.
Ouch. Nick?
That's a Godfather reference.
Pork chops, salad, and green beans.
Wow, look at us. We're all eating dinner tonight. Oh, also, later on, you know the hard shell stuff that you put on your ice cream? John, have you ever had that before?
Oh, yeah,
I've always wanted to try it.
You've never tried it, Nick?
No, I've never had an opportunity.
Oh, well, my wife knows how to make it, so she's going to make some of that tonight. So I'm going to have some ice cream with a little magic shell on it.
Hell yeah.
So what's in it that makes it hard?
Oh, crap. I don't remember now. I wish that I did.
I thought it was some like funky chemical or something.
No, it's
probably the way it interacts with the cold.
No, there is something specifically that she does like cook into it, and I cannot remember what it is. I'll tell you tomorrow in What's for Dinner. It's good. She's made it before, and it is really, really tasty. And it does the trick.
Is it going to be chocolate flavor, or is she going to use a different?
She does chocolate peanut butter.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
That sounds so good.
Yeah, it's very tasty.
Interesting.
Pretty tasty. Oh, she's listening. Coconut oil. It's coconut oil that helps it freeze.
Really? Coconut oil is what does that.
Yeah, how interesting is that?
Wild.
Tomorrow it's Thursday.
Robin.
No
more Todd.
No more Todd.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I love that segment.
You love I don't care?
And I'm sure there'll be other things too.
I'm looking forward to it. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Hasta luego.